Okay. May I ask you all to raise as Her Majesty the Queen of Sweden will enter the room. Your Majesty, Mr. Prime Minister, Minister, distinguished guests, on behalf of the Swedish Presidency, I wish you welcome to Sweden and Stockholm and to this high-level meeting on protecting children. We are happy to see you here and look forward to a day full of discussions on this important and timely topic. My name is Elisabeth Dahlin, and I am the Ombudsman for Children in Sweden. I have the honor of being your moderator during this meeting. Before we begin, I would just like to say a few words about the logistics. There are 2 emergency exits on each side here in case we would need to evacuate. And you will find the restrooms in the back on the way where you came in. So it's outside the meeting room. Translation will be made in Swedish, English and Ukrainian, and you will see the channels on the booths in the back. During the meeting breaks, you will have the opportunity to enjoy an exhibition in the room next door, just outside the doors. The exhibition features civil society organizations and their work with displaced children from Ukraine. I really encourage you all to take the chance to meet the participating organizations. After the opening session, we will gather to take a family photo with all the speakers, panelists and heads of delegations, and I will give you further instructions when it's time for that. We will also have a coffee break, which will take place in the same room as the exhibition just outside this hall. If you have any questions, please contact the team from the Ministry of Health and Social Affairs that are present or the meeting hostesses. Our program includes many speakers, panelists, and openings for reflection. We also hope to leave some space during the breaks to make it possible to discuss and find ways to further collaboration on child protection. To that end, don't hesitate to contribute to the discussions immediately on social media by using the hashtag #StandWithUkraine and Protecting Children 23. Finally, I'm proud and happy that we have some very special guests here today. I would like you all to warmly welcome our child correspondents, Maria, Alisa, Angelina, Sofia, Victoria, Arsenti, Maria and Lev. You are all from Ukraine, but you have been living in Sweden for some time. We appreciate your contributions to discussions here today. Thank you. And to formally open this meeting and welcome you all, let me introduce the Swedish Minister for Social Services, Mrs. Camilla Waltersson Grönvall. Welcome, Minister. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Elizabeth. Your Majesty, Queen Silvia, First Lady Zelenska, Prime Minister, Vice President Suica, dear Dubravka, Minister Solnovic, dear Oksana, dearest children and distinguished guests. I am very grateful and honored to speak before you today. Let me start by extending my warmest welcome to all of you to this high-level meeting on protecting children. And an extra warm welcome to our guests from Ukraine who are joining us today. Minister Solnovic and delegation, it is my honor to have you here. I am also honored to have First Lady Zelenska joining us from Kiev. I am delighted to welcome you, the Ukrainian children, participating in today's meeting. I especially look forward to your important interventions during the various sessions later on. Safeguarding the rights of the child is more urgent than ever. As the Minister responsible for social services and policy matters concerning the rights of the child, these issues are very high on my agenda and very close to my heart. A few weeks ago, I visited Kiev together with Vice President of the Commission, Dubravka Suica, and Vice President of the European Parliament, Eva Kopacz. We had many interesting and high-yielding meetings together with First Lady Zelenska, Minister of Social Policy Oksana Solnovic, and many others. While visiting Kiev, I was struck by the horrendous consequences of the war, but also by the deep bravery of the Ukrainian people. Children have paid and are still paying an extremely high price for Russia's war of aggression. Together, Vice President Suica and Vice President Kopacz and I underlined the importance of protecting children from violations of their rights in situations of war. The aim of today's meeting is to ensure the protection of the rights of Ukrainian children affected by Russia's war of aggression. It remains a high priority on the EU agenda. We will share lessons learned and good practices on how to strengthen our capacity to prevent child rights violations and respond to child protection needs within Ukraine and in the EU. Our hope is that today's discussions will feed into current and future EU support for the long-term reconstruction of Ukraine. Seeing so many of you here today representing key stakeholders from the national, European, and international level warms my heart. I look very much forward to today's important discussions. With that said, I welcome Her Majesty Queen Silvia of Sweden to the stage.
Prime Minister, Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and children. Before I continue, let me also extend a very warm welcome to Mrs. Zelenska, First Lady of Ukraine, present with us at this meeting on link. Welcome. It is a great pleasure to be here today. Matters related to the rights of the child and children's living conditions are especially close to my heart. I started World Childhood Foundation 24 years ago with a mission to help children at risk. Through this work, I have met many strong and competent children, but also children growing up with violence and abuse. All children have equal rights that are inherent to them. They have a right to their parents, to education, to protection from all forms of violence, neglect, maltreatment, or exploitation, including sexual abuse. In short, every child has a right to life and to develop their full potential. These rights are all recognized in the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. States should also ensure protection and care of children who are affected by an armed conflict. We all know that this is not an easy task. Of course, the rights risk being violated in situations of armed conflict. In all wars, children suffer the worst of all. Russia's war against Ukraine is no exception. Since the beginning of the war, children have been uprooted from their homes, separated from their parents, exposed to violence and death. Child protection in war is recognized by the UN as a life-saving intervention. Just as important and urgent as food and shelter, yet too often it is forgotten, not prioritized, or underfunded. But child safety cannot wait. The effects on children of violence and abuse can lead to lifelong trauma. But we can also act to prevent and address violence against children. And that is why we are here today. World Childhood Foundation has been working with and supporting civil society actors in Ukraine to protect children since 2001. Childhood has, for instance, been pioneering and promoting foster care solutions as alternative to institutions and works with especially vulnerable groups. This includes children with disabilities, children of the Roma population, or children who are discriminated due to their sexual orientation and gender identity. These are children who lived in vulnerability already before the war, and now even more so. The Ukrainian civil society has proven strong and creative. They work tirelessly to reach the children and families who need it the most, to provide psychological support and protection to help families stay together. And in addition, Childhood actively supports and encourages its civil society partners to engage in local, national, and UN-led coordination and collaboration. We need to act together. The world's continued response and support for the children is of highest importance. Technical and financial contributions are crucial, but so is the moral support. Let us show that we all stand with Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Your long-standing commitment to support children and uphold the rights of the child is a true inspiration to us all. Thank you very much. And now, to give an opening statement, the Prime Minister of Sweden, Mr. Ulf Kristersson.
Your Majesty, First Lady Zelenska, children, ladies and gentlemen. First, to state the obvious, in the long run, very few things matter more than those we will discuss here today. Every child is every parent's greatest responsibility in life, but at the same time, all children are ultimately our common responsibility. I'm honored to be one of the hosts of this conference, and it's particularly important that we are joined by key stakeholders. Children and young people take part in our meeting, present here in Stockholm and from Ukraine. This Swedish EU presidency is taking place at a time when war is raging in Europe again. For more than a year, the people of Ukraine have suffered from Russia's full-scale invasion and cruel atrocities. We know since long, as has mentioned, that in war, children are those who suffer first and suffer most. And this is true also now in Ukraine. From the bloody attacks at the train station in Kramatorsk last year to recent missile attacks in Dnipro and Uman, many children have been among the victims. Other kids have been wounded, uprooted from their homes and separated from their families. The Swedish presidency works tirelessly with several initiatives to ensure accountability for the crimes committed by Russia. Our transatlantic efforts will continue, but they have already yielded results. I'm pleased we soon will launch the International Center for the Crime of Aggression in The Hague. Those responsible will be brought to justice. Allow me to explicitly point to accountability for Russia's forced transfers and deportations of children from Ukraine. Thousands of Ukrainian children have been taken by Russia without consent. According to the Commission of Inquiry on Ukraine, these actions are war crimes. The decision by the International Criminal Court to issue arrest warrants against Putin and his Commissioner for Children's Rights is a good beginning. We strongly support the court and its investigations. Don't underestimate the bad long-term consequences from these brutal family separations. Generations from now will grieve, remember, and condemn. On a Swedish initiative, individuals involved in these illegal transfers were listed under EU sanctions, and we will continue those efforts. The next step will be to extend the listings as we prepare the next sanction package, making sure no one goes unpunished. The war has also exposed Ukrainian children, and girls in particular, to risk of trafficking and sexual exploitation. Also this has to be stopped. Ukrainian friends, it remains our common resolve to stand with you. We admire your determination, we admire your strength, fighting back and struggling to secure your freedom. Supporting Ukraine is the #1 priority for the Swedish EU presidency. We're working hard in Brussels to uphold the pressure on Russia. Unity has allowed us to put in place 10 sanction packages, and we are right now working on the 11th. Looking to the future, Ukraine's reconstruction has already started. I'm encouraged by the participation of so many young Ukrainians here today, and I'm proud of our good cooperation on the crucial topics we will discuss at this specific conference. I would like to direct my final words to Ukraine's Minister for Social Policy and to the entire Ukrainian delegation. You are literally fighting for the right to decide your own future. You are courageously defending your democracy and your freedom. But you are also defending our European values of liberty. You can count on our support and solidarity for as long as it takes. Ukraine's future is in Europe. Slava Ukraini.
Dear Prime Minister, dear Ulf, thank you for so strongly putting focus on why we are here today. I am now honored to welcome our Ukrainian guests and to give the digital floor to First Lady of Ukraine, Ms. Olena Zelenska, joining us from Kiev. She will be followed by the Ukrainian Minister of Social Policy, Oksana Shulnovich. And I had the great privilege to visit Kiev a couple of weeks ago, and I returned to Sweden with even more admiration for that you're under this full-scale invasion from the Russian Federation, that you are still managing and having these great ambitions to move the protection system for children so much forward. So, please, the First Lady, the floor is yours.
Доброго дня. Дякую вам, Ваша Величність, та шведському уряду за допомогу і нову співпрацю в найважливішій справі – захисті дітей. Ви знаєте, що ці перші літні дні у нас затьмарені новими трагедіями. Вчора вночі в Києві загинула 9-річна дівчинка і її мама в результаті чергової російської атаки. Останній місяць всі батьки і діти міста, всі жителі майже не сплять, бо атаки слідують кожної ночі. Сирени і дитячий плач. Як мати, скажу вам, що це дуже важко для кожної матері і батька під час війни. Це тяжке відчуття, коли ти не можеш захистити дитину від загрози. Тому, коли ми говоримо сьогодні про захист дітей, ми насамперед говоримо про буквальний захист від загибелі, від смерті. Захист дітей означає, що вони не повинні гинути під уламками ракет і завалами будинків. Як ті діти, яких ми втратили протягом цього року в Києві, в Умані, в Дніпрі, в Запоріжжі, в Херсоні та в інших містах України. Особливо трагічно, що від російських бомбардувань будинків в цих містах загинули в тому числі діти, які раніше тікали від війни на Донбасі. Їхні родини переїхали, щоб знайти мир. Але Росія дісталася до них і на новому місці. Захист означає здоров'я. Діти не повинні втрачати руки та ноги. За цей рік, на жаль, мали отримати протези кілька дітей дуже сміливих і відважних. Зокрема, я згадую цілу родину Степаненків. Мама втратила ногу, а донька обидві ноги під час атаки на вокзал Краматорська. Тоді загинуло 50 людей. Цього просто не мало статися в 21 столітті, в центрі Європи. Захист означає безпеку. Діти не повинні ставати жертвами викрадення. Росія вивезла понад 19 тисяч наших дітей. Ось історія такої родини із Маріуполя. Поки батька Євгена росіяни тримали у полоні, його 3 дітей, сина і 2 доньок відправили до сиротинця аж у Підмосков'я. Визволити їх звідти вдалося напередодні запланованого усиновлення російськими родинами. І це при живому батькові, який шукав дітей. Це злочин, цього не має бути. І це говоримо ми зараз на всіх міжнародних майданчиках, щоб світ знав, що відбувається з дітьми прямо зараз. Захист дітей означає, що діти не повинні ставати жертвами сексуального насильства. Серед 190 зґвалтувань, вчинених росіянами, які розслідує наша Генпрокуратура, це лише ті, про які жертви погодилися свідчити, 13 дітей, 12 дівчаток і хлопець. І це один із найважчих злочинів, бо у свідомості жертви він може тривати роками. І тепер нам треба захистити дітей ще й від психологічних наслідків. Захист дітей означає, що вони не повинні зазнавати втрати близьких. Цього року ми відновлюємо таких дітей у спеціальному таборі із найкращими психологами. Більшість дітей там – ті, хто втратив одного або двох батьків. Наприклад, Богдан з Бахмута втратив одразу тата і маму під час бомбардування, і знадобилася ціла спецоперація, щоб вивести цю самотню дитину з небезпечної зони. Ціла спецоперація знадобилася психологам, щоб він знову усміхнувся. Отже, захист дітей нині передбачає захист їхньої психіки. Зараз у великої кількості наших дітей, як і у дорослих, тривожні розлади. Захист дітей означає захист від сирітства. Серед війни в найтяжчі часи Україна переходить до родинних форм виховання, щоб позбутися сиротинців. Це дуже важко в той час, коли нові сироти з'являються щодня, і коли прийомні родини, що опікуються такими дітьми, втрачають житло щодня від обстрілів та окупації. Але і бажаючих усиновити також більше. На початок цього року ми маємо вже 1200 нових усиновлювачів. Це одна із тем нашої майбутньої співпраці. І будемо вдячні за ваш досвід та допомогу, хоча розумію, що ще ніхто в світі не займався розвитком різних сімейних форм виховання під час війни. Захист дітей означає, що вони не повинні ставати вимушеними переселенцями ані в своїй, ані в іншій країні. Не повинні плакати за домом, рідними, друзями, покинутими речами. Захист дітей передбачає захист їхнього права на навчання і розвиток. Вони не повинні навчатися у бомбосховищах і розрізняти ракети та дрони за звуком. Це саме те, що роблять українські діти. Це й досі великий шок для нас, українських батьків, що нашим дітям у 21 сторіччі, замість того, щоб вчитися, розвиватися, мріяти, планувати, як їхнім одноліткам у світі, треба виживати. Але це загроза не тільки для наших дітей. У прав дитини, як у прав людини, немає кордонів. Коли дитинство в одній країні під загрозою, воно під загрозою повсюдно. Небезпека для українських дітей – це небезпека для інших дітей світу. Це виклик всім батькам і дорослим. Відповісти на нього можна лише разом. Ось чому я вдячна Швеції за досвід та співпрацю. Ми зможемо допомогти не тільки українським дітям, а дитинству взагалі, щоб воно було захищено по всьому світі. Щоб діти в жодному місті світу не плакали вночі під звуки сирен.
Thank you, First Lady, for your words. I am very happy that you had the possibility to be joining us here today. So I now give the floor to Minister for Social Affairs in Ukraine, Ms. Oksana Shulnovich, please.
Доброго дня всім, Ваша Величносте, шановний пане прем'єр-міністр, пані Олена Зеленська, пані міністр, пані та панове присутні. Насамперед я хочу щиро подякувати вам, уряду, всьому шведському народові за ту солідарність та підтримку, яку ви висловлюєте Україні під час нашої боротьби за незалежність та європейський вектор розвитку. Адже в 21 столітті, як вже зазначила наша перша леді, слово «війна» звучить дивно, страшно і безглуздо. Тим не менше, українські діти стали дітьми війни в самому центрі Європи. І про те, що вони переживають щодня, вже щойно наголосила наша перша леді. Донедавна дітьми війни в Україні вважалися наші дідусі і бабусі, які пережили Другу світову війну. І я не до кінця розуміла розповіді своєї бабусі, про те, як вона розказувала, що їла недоварену картоплю, тому що через обстріли неможливо було приготувати собі їжу. І зараз я з жахом усвідомлюю, що у наших дітей тепер назавжди будуть подібні спогади. Як ночувати в холодній квартирі без світла, як втікати в метро під час ракетних обстрілів, як евакуюватись в безпечне місце, залишився назавжди улюблені іграшки, домашні речі, друзів, звичне середовище. Ці страшні речі відбуваються просто зараз, сьогодні. І, на жаль, невідомо, коли припиняться. Тисячам наших дітей війна розбила безтурботне дитинство на сотні осколків, посіяла в душах страх і смуток. І нам залишається вірити лише в одне, що сімейна любов і підтримка стане найкращою опорою, щоб подолати цей страшний досвід війни. Тому, як вже зазначила пані Перша леді, завданням нашого уряду є зробити все можливе, аби українські діти мали люблячі родини. Ми мусимо розвинути усі необхідні соціальні, освітні, лікувальні, психологічні сервіси таким чином, щоб кожна сім'я, яка потребує підтримки, отримала її повною мірою. Ми маємо придумати такі механізми і стимули, щоб в Україні стало звичною практикою брати під опіку дітей, які втратили батьків. Ми мусимо створити стільки прийомних родин, щоб вже ніколи не виникало запитання, куди поміщати дитину за потреби. Ми маємо зробити інклюзивну освіту нормою в кожній школі і в кожній громаді. Тільки тоді можна буде говорити, що сьогоднішні наші жертви не марні, і ми створили краще майбутнє для українських дітей. Але всі ці мрії і задуми неможливі без дружньої підтримки, досвідом, кращими практиками, технічною допомогою. Тому я дуже рада і щиро дякую пані міністерці Камілі Вальтерсон за її ініціативу, за те, що сьогодні ми маємо брати можливість участь у такому чудовому форумі, який присвячений пошуку кращих рішень для захисту наших дітей. Впевнена, що спільно ми можемо досягнути відчутних результатів і зможемо зробити мрію українських дітей про щасливе дитинство на своїй рідній батьківщині реальністю. Дякую.
Dear First Lady, dear Oksana, your words and your message affects us all very hard. And it makes our determination even greater to support what you are doing right now at the same time as this full-scale invasion is going on. Thank you very much. And I also look forward to your presentation on Ukraine's priorities for the reconstruction and reform of your child protection system later today. It is now my honor to give the floor to Vice President and Commissioner for Democracy and Demography, Ms. Dubravka Suica, please.
Thank you, Camilla. Your Majesty, dear Prime Minister, dear Ulf, First Lady Zelenska, dear Camilla, dear Oksana, dear Catherine, ladies and gentlemen, and most important, dear children. A generation of Ukrainian children has experienced more than a year of violence, fear, loss, and tragedy. In just a second, they had to leave life as they know it behind them. Since I experienced the war myself in the 90s in Croatia, in Dubrovnik, I can understand this very well. As a woman, as a mother, my daughter was only 8 years old at that time. As Camilla already said, we visited Kiev 6 weeks ago in April, and we can see and understand the situation on the ground better now when we saw what's going on. It is a tragedy that children are often the first victims of violence, displacement, and prolonged exposure to stress, and not only in conflict zones. I warmly thank once again the Swedish Presidency for today's high-level discussion. But I also want to highlight the role and the efforts of your Minister, Camilla Watterson. Protecting children is a key priority both in the European Union and in Ukraine. It is also a forward-looking priority as we seek to include a reformed child protection system in Ukraine's reconstruction. This is a key aspect of the European Union acquis. Therefore, Ukraine's succession perspectives are in our mind. I wish to express our deep appreciation for the remarkable efforts of the Ukrainian government to protect their children and to all our partners, European Union member states, international and civil society organizations, and UN agencies. Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine has a devastating effect on children. Among the various steps taken by the European Union, we have activated the Temporary Protection Directive to offer immediate protection of 4 million people, including children who have fled to the European Union. In addition to the support provided to member states to overall European Union support to Ukraine, it amounts to almost 70 billion euros. Child protection is a central feature of our support. Dear ladies and gentlemen, over 1.5 million children have crossed the border into the European Union. Many are unaccompanied or separated from their families. A significant number of children from institutions in Ukraine, and these children require specific attention given their vulnerability. The European Union and its member states offer protection, shelter, access to healthcare, psychosocial support, and education to Ukrainian children. It is our joint responsibility to ensure that the best interest of these children is served, that they benefit from national child protection support services which meet quality care standards aligned with European standards of deinstitutionalization. In this vein, the Commission is supporting the Polish and Ukrainian authorities to transfer groups of children towards more appropriate accommodation and care in close consultation with UNICEF, with our partners, and the continued supervision of their Ukrainian guardians is ensured. Beyond necessary emergency measures, it is important to keep the wider Ukrainian childcare reform high on the political agenda. This is the reason why we, in April, traveled to Kiev together with our, as I said already, with our host Camilla, as well with our friend Eva Kopacz from European Parliament, to discuss this with our counterparts, including Oksana, who is our very committed interlocutor. We all agree that children returning to Ukraine must return to reformed, safe, family-based foster care or community-based care. Crucially, they should only return when circumstances inside Ukraine permit. This is why we are assisting Ukraine in rebuilding their care system through a child rights approach. This is anchored in our treaties and guided by the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. President von der Leyen takes a personal interest in helping Ukraine in its childcare reform efforts. A package worth 10 million euros will support Ukraine in building a new strategy for the care system. This includes a capacity building and twinning project to identify and share lessons learned from member states that have already transitioned out from institutional care. The strong support of Ukraine's First Lady and President Zelensky are crucial for this process. We encourage Ukraine to take this opportunity to conduct reforms in line with European standards to achieve the effective abolition of outdated institutionalized care structures. Additional ongoing initiatives under the European Union Strategy on the Rights of the Child and European Child Guarantee could potentially serve as a blueprint in the context of Ukrainian reform. In early 2024, the Commission will put forward an initiative on integrated child protection systems. It will encourage all relevant member states' authorities and services to work better together and to put the child at the center of protective and empowering environment for all children. I welcome today's participation of children to make their voices heard in this conference too. This is very much in line with our commitment on the child participation, because first pillar of our child strategy is participation of children. So we want to teach children from very early childhood to participate, and when they grow up to be responsible citizens. This is what we are trying to do. I am pleased that the European Union Children's Participation Platform will launch a first child consultation devoted to child protection in the coming weeks by the end of June. Before I conclude, I must mention that the European Union also supports the efforts to hold accountable those responsible for the illegal deportation and transfer of Ukrainian children in the context of Russia's unlawful aggression against Ukraine, as Prime Minister already said. This is a terrible crime inflicting unimaginable suffering. We support the issuing of arrest warrants by the International Criminal Court. We will do everything in our power to help return the children to their families and their communities. The Reykjavik Declaration of the Council of Europe, adopted on 17th May this year, entails a declaration on the situation of the children of Ukraine. This is a crucial signal of European unity in support of Ukraine and its children. Dear friends, we must ensure that Ukraine's reconstruction efforts and national reform process mainstream children's rights and needs throughout. The European Union stands ready to support you in this process, together with our member states, the Ukrainian authorities, and our international partners, including UNICEF. As Prime Minister already said, for as long as it takes. Ukraine cannot be rebuilt without its children. Investing in children is an investment in Ukraine's future, in our common European future, and in a safer world. It is an investment in humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these wise words, dear Dubravka, dear Vice President Suica. Your true commitment for these important issues. I would now like to welcome Ms. Russell, dear Catherine, Executive Director to UNICEF. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Camilla. Thank you all. Your Majesty, Prime Minister, Mrs. Zelenska, Excellencies, Ministers, it's so nice to see you all here. It's an honor for me to be here with you today. I'd like to say a special thank you to the government of Sweden for your leadership and unwavering commitment to the protection of children across the world, including those affected by armed conflict. Over the past 15 months, the government and the people of Sweden have provided tremendous support to children and families who have fled the war in Ukraine. Thank you for this. I'd also like to recognize and applaud the many countries across Europe and beyond who have welcomed Ukraine's children and women with open arms. And I extend my deepest gratitude to those who are supporting the humanitarian response across Ukraine. The support you have provided to UNICEF and our partners is helping to make the enormous needs of children possible for us to meet, and I very much appreciate that. But the truth is, there is no substitute for peace. Ukraine's children continue to suffer the devastating consequences of a war seemingly without end. They have been robbed of stability and safety, and they have seen and experienced things that no child should endure. Millions have been driven from their homes, and at least 1,276 children have been killed or injured, and over 6 million children need humanitarian assistance. Over the past few weeks, we have seen intensified attacks on infrastructure across the country, sending children to air raid centers multiple times a day. Imagine the toll this is taking on their mental health and their well-being. Ukrainian children have been displaced without their families, and those children are especially vulnerable and at heightened risk of experiencing violence, abuse, and exploitation. This includes thousands of children who were previously living in institutions, many of whom have disabilities. UNICEF is committed to scaling up reunification for all children separated from their families and has made that offer to the relevant authorities. I look forward to hearing from them. Even before the war, Ukraine had among the highest number of children living in institutional care anywhere in Europe, and it had a child protection system in need of reform. The war has exacerbated the system's shortcomings, putting those vulnerable children at even greater risk. The capacity of local services, for example, has been further eroded, in large part because the number of social workers has dropped by half since the escalation of the war last year. Meanwhile, child protection and social welfare systems in the region are under incredible strain. This has left thousands of children evacuated from Ukraine's institutions to other countries, struggling to access proper care and support. In addition, UNICEF is concerned about children from institutions returning to Ukraine without having their best interests assessed on an individual basis. Excellencies, for the sake of these children, we must urgently strengthen the child protection systems in Ukraine and in refugee hosting countries. This means ensuring that refugee families have access to locally accessible services to prevent and respond to child-family separation and to care for children with disabilities. It means providing extended families with support to care for children when the parents are unable to do so. And it means increasing the supply of screened, trained, and supported foster caregivers and competent social workers. The good news here is that we are already making progress. Ukraine's Minister of Social Policy is spearheading a national effort to shift the child care system away from institutional care to prioritize family and community-based care. This is an important step because we know that children are best protected in families and that family-based care can help them recover more quickly from traumatic experiences. Madam Minister, we will continue to stand by you and support you in these efforts. UNICEF applauds the government of Ukraine for its bold commitment to continue family care for children in institutions, and most importantly, to ensure that every child can grow up in a nurturing and protective environment, primarily and hopefully with a family. Vice President Suika, I also applaud you, the EU Parliament, and the EU Director General for Employment, Social Affairs, and Inclusion for launching the EU Child Guarantee. This initiative puts child protection reforms, alternative care, support for children with disabilities, and integration of migrant and refugee children at the center of national efforts across Europe. Moving forward, we must redouble our efforts to ensure that all children, whether displaced or trapped in areas of active fighting, have equitable access to child protection services. Ultimately, Ukraine's long-term recovery depends on the recovery of all children who are affected by the war today. Excellencies, you can count on UNICEF to be there as a steadfast partner in our collective work to help through this process, to keep children safe now, to reunite them with their families, and to support them when this war is finally over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Catherine, for your continuous efforts to protect and promote the rights of the child. And before I hand the floor back to our Ombudsman for Children in Sweden, Ms. Elisabeth Dahlin, I would like to warmly thank you for a wonderful start of this important day with your strong words, your strong messages, and which is overall the message to Ukraine. We will stand by you for as long as it takes. Thank you very much. And now the floor, Elisabeth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Waltersson Grönvall. Before moving forward in the program, I would like to thank Prime Minister Kristersson for your participation and presence here today. Thank you. First, however, it is time to get organized, and now it will be a bit tricky. But we're going to take a family photo. So I will call upon our child correspondents, the heads of delegations, the speakers, and the panelists. So these are the 4 groups. To follow Her Majesty, the Prime Minister, and the Minister Waltersson Grönvall to the photo spot. So it's the head of delegations, the child correspondents, speakers, and panelists. But please remain seated for the rest of us until the lead table has led the way to the photo spot. And then the rest of us can stretch our legs. But please note that the break will only be 10 minutes. So I'd really appreciate if you do not leave the room so we can continue after the photo session with a high-level session in 10 minutes. Thank you. Ja, men det kanske är lika bra. Okay. Will you please raise as Her Majesty the Queen will enter the hall? So welcome back. I hope you all got to stretch your legs, and I saw a lot of people getting new contacts as well. During this session, we will focus on how EU member states, institutions and other key stakeholders have addressed the challenges of providing protection for the children affected by the war, and what can be done further to strengthen our response on the political level. Our child correspondents will also pose questions to the speakers. And we talked to the child correspondents, and you are free to ask in English, in Ukrainian, and I know some of you also would like to pose your questions in Swedish. Some of you have only been here for a year, but you speak the language in a very well. I would like to call up on our speakers to all come up to the stage. The Director of the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights, Michael O'Flaherty. Under Secretary of State to the Minister of Family and Social Policy in Poland, Barbara Socha. Minister of Social Security and Labour in Lithuania, Monika Navicine. And the Minister for Welfare in Latvia, Evika Silina. Will you please enter the stage, also together with the Minister of Social Protection in Estonia, Signe Riisalu, and the Special Representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations on Violence Against Children, Nayat Maila Majid. Are you all getting settled and you have your microphones? But before we start, we will see a film. And I think it's important, before we listen to our distinguished speakers, to have the opportunity to hear directly from the children of Ukraine. This film has been prepared for us, especially for this meeting, by UNICEF Ukraine. Please start the film.
Я вважаю, через війну у дітей стан змінився в більш негативну сторону, тому що на досвіді мене, на досвіді моїх друзів я помітив те, що психологічний стан почав погіршуватися. У мене друзі почали боятися великих громких звуків, а ще почалися саме проблеми. У мене є друзі, які переселенці, і виходить така ситуація, те, що вони замовчують свою проблему і не можуть вільно говорити про неї. Вони її ховають. Я і мої друзі справляємось з психологічним навантаженням через прогулянки, через молодіжні організації, в яких можна відпочити, в яких можна скинути навантаження і відволіктися від всієї ситуації, що відбувається навколо. Я б дуже хотів, щоб нам допомогли саме з психологічного стану, тому що я вважаю, що це потрібно через те, що діти – це майбутнє наше, і їм потрібно саме бути емоційно і психологічно стабільними. Я вважаю, що у дітей дуже зараз розвиваюча психіка, тобто вони ростуть, вони розвиваються, і оцей емоційний нестабільна ситуація, яка у нас є в країні, вона дуже сильно б'є по психіці, по поведінці дітей. Вони стають більш агресивними, вони бояться чогось і їм немає з ким поговорити, тому що у батьків свої проблеми, а у дітей свої проблеми, які вони не можуть вирішити з батьками. Я думаю, щоб діти почувалися більш безпечно, потрібно, щоб в кожному місті був якийсь волонтерський рух психологів або просто людей, однодумців, які могли б допомогти і вислухати їх. Я думаю, що людям в ЄС потрібно приїхати і відчути, наскільки це важко навчатися в таких умовах, коли, наприклад, тривога, і вам потрібно спускатися в підвал, але продовжувати в сирому приміщенні, тому і часто в холодному приміщенні, як проводити навчальний процес, або відчути на собі, коли, наприклад, когось втрачаєш, або втрачаєш все, що в тебе є, і тобі потрібно починати все з нуля і жити далі.
Thank you, Sasha, for your important messages to all of us, and in particular to our distinguished panel. And I would like to hand over the floor first to Michael O'Flaherty. The floor is yours. I think you can sit down there, since you're mic'd.
Thank you very much. Your Majesty, dear ministers, children, dear colleagues and friends, we're here today because children come first, because children are our present as well as our future. As the war of aggression rages again on European soil, we have to do whatever it takes to protect children's lives and dignity. It's their right, it's our duty. The full scale of the impact of Russia's invasion on the rights and well-being of the children of Ukraine is impossible to assess at this stage, but the numbers we already have are shocking. 1/3 of the nearly 4 million people who are receiving temporary protection in the EU are children. More than 30,000 children displaced from Ukraine are on their own. Many are registered as unaccompanied. Others are separated from parents or family. Thousands have come from institutions, as we've already heard, including children with disabilities and additional needs. Thousands, unknown thousands of children have been abducted to Russian territory. The exact numbers are disputed, and this is very fact of the catastrophic failing to be found in this situation. The evidence gathered by my agency, the Fundamental Rights Agency, through its surveys, fieldwork and engagement with sources, speaks to an experience of immense stress and trauma, very much echoing what the young man told us just now on the video. For example, my agency's survey conducted between August and September of last year, which gathered information about the experience of persons fleeing Ukraine and arriving into EU member states, found that 3/4 of children aged 16 to 17 years had experienced shooting, bombing or missile attacks. 4 in 10 of the younger children said they continue to experience depression, anxiety, panic attacks. Almost half of these young people said they find it very hard to sleep or to concentrate. The EU's response to the need to protect these children has been resolute, attesting to the enduring solidarity of the member states and their citizens. Of central importance to structuring an effective and coordinated response has been, as we've heard, the triggering of the Temporary Protection Directive. This has spurred national and local efforts and has been effectively implemented across the Union to enable Ukrainian families to access 3 elements that are key to the welfare of children: housing, education, healthcare. At the Fundamental Rights Agency, we have invested heavily in supporting and highlighting all efforts, be they local, national or at the EU level, to ensure the protection of Ukrainian children. And in fact, in September, we will publish our 3rd Ukraine Bulletin, which will focus exclusively on standing up for the human rights of children fleeing Ukraine. Let me now turn briefly to key concerns we've already identified in the plight of Ukrainian children. A first challenge has been to identify where legal responsibility for the children lies. Some children fled with a relative, sometimes distant or indeed a friend of the family, but the legal responsibility remains with their parents. An overarching legal question, therefore, is who has legal responsibility for these children while they're in the EU? The approach followed by member states has varied a lot, and the EU could assist in providing legal clarity and a more coordinated approach. A similar challenge, but one with an additional layer of complexity, is that of the children who were living in Ukrainian institutions prior to the invasion and who subsequently fled with their carers. Some EU member states have appointed additional legal guardians and are closely monitoring the situation of the children. Other states have not appointed guardians, instead recognizing the authority of the guardians assigned by the Ukrainian authorities, as is provided for under the Hague Convention. But here again, the EU could facilitate a more joined-up approach and provide good practice that honours the child's best interest. A second challenge is the widening chasm in the education of the children. These children went from the disruption of COVID, the struggle of remote learning and the cancellation of exams, to fleeing their classrooms and arriving in schools across the EU where they face language and cultural barriers. Apart from classic educational benefits, these children have also been deprived of social engagement. The provision of online learning by teachers in Ukraine presupposes that children have access to the necessary tools to learn in this way, and frankly, we don't know how successful this has been. If children encounter insuperable barriers to learning, dropping out will become more prevalent. This could in turn and eventually lead to social exclusion, juvenile crime, and mental health difficulties. The third and final issue I wish to highlight is one that relates directly to children, but which does not relate directly to children, but the outcome of which hits them directly. The employment activation of parents must be recognized as critically important. It's crucial that parents be able to take up employment to avoid poverty and decrease their vulnerability. Employment activation cannot not happen on its own. It must be supported by a network of childcare facilities, language classes, legal recognition of qualifications. And finally, one overarching issue which relates to all the challenges and which is already high on the EU agenda is the lack of an integrated approach to child protection. Against the backdrop of varied member state practice, it is unclear how child protection systems are dealing with referrals and how they monitor the situation of children from Ukraine. The way forward must be anchored in EU and international law, as it provides a reliable roadmap. Both the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the Hague Convention are ratified by Ukraine and all EU member states. We must never forget the provision also of the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights, guaranteeing the protection of all children. Regardless of which law we refer to, the primordial importance of the best interests of the child must always govern. This is a principle and a rule of procedure. A related and equally critical principle is that of the right of the child to be heard. As I conclude, let me for a moment dwell on what the law requires in concrete terms for children here in the EU. First, it is established that the best place for a child to grow and develop is in the family. When this is not possible, we must find non-institutional solutions. And let me conclude here by confirming the resolute commitment of the Fundamental Rights Agency to stay accompanying the children of Ukraine in the EU and hopefully in the future also on its territory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. And thank you so much for highlighting the need of education, but also the best interest of the child. Thank you very much. I now call on Under Secretary of State from Poland, Barbara Socia. Please, the floor is yours.
Your Majesty, dear distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear children. Let me give you a couple of remarks on how the situation looks in Poland. As you know, we have lots of refugees from Ukraine, mostly women and children. And in numbers, it's almost 1 million of adults who are working in Poland, legally working, 1 million. And on average 250,000 children who receive the child benefit from Poland. That's why we have the really good numbers. All this support is, of course, provided by our whole society. All the Polish citizens are involved in helping Ukrainians, and all the institutions, all the levels of government, central government, local governments, many non-government organizations are involved. All the costs are covered from our state budget, but we still count on the European solidarity in this area. But coming to the child protection and the foster care groups who were evacuated to Poland. Since the very beginning, we have changed the law. On March 12, the special law on helping Ukrainians came into force in Poland. We have created a special IT system, registration system, so we know exactly every and single kid who is in Poland, from the foster care families and from the foster care institutions. So we know exactly where they are in Poland, who is supervising them. What else? We have provided the special institution of the temporary guardian to make it legal responsible for these children. So this instrument works very well, and we know exactly who is responsible for which children in the groups that were evacuated to Poland. We have created a special reception hub just dedicated to helping the kids from foster care. What we have agreed, and from the very beginning we work very closely with the Ukrainian government, with our Ukrainian friends, and what we have agreed from the very beginning, that to provide those children the minimum sense of safety and stability, we will not split the groups. So we were looking for the places to accommodate those children in the same groups as they arrived to Poland. But time passes by. We have many months now since the war started, and we all realize that this situation cannot go on in the same shape. So I appreciate here really the Swedish leadership and the European Commission leadership in helping and supporting Ukraine in the process of the institutionalization of the foster care. We know it's very important. We agree and we support our Ukrainian friends to help them do it also in Poland. But in this moment, I would like to pay attention to some risks we see of this process, to work together on finding the appropriate solutions also to this risk. One of these risks, I think, is the huge sense of instability for the children who are already for several months, for many months, in one place within some communities, and their fear of being relocated to some unknown places. So this is something that we, of course, understand, and we need to find some solutions how to minimize those risks of feeling of the sense of safety for the children who have experienced the war, fleeing from their country, being in another country, and so on. The second risk which we see that it's unfortunately taking place is that the groups who know that they need to relocate, they are pressing everybody, and I think that the Ukrainian government understands it very well, is that they want to come back to Ukraine. They prefer it to coming back to being relocated. They want to come back. So we as a country, the Polish government, have no instrument to stop them if they want and if they have the permission from the Ukrainian side. So we are working very closely with Ukraine on developing some procedures how to cope with such situations. And from here and from this place, I thank very much to Ukrainian government for really quick reaction to those processes, because it started to happen, and our partners, international partners like UNICEF, who is providing enormous help to us in dealing with the whole foster care system evacuated to Poland with these groups. We work together on this, and we need to find a good solution to make sure the children still are safe and can be relocated within Poland. So our challenge is providing the good procedures and to prevent the situations when the groups want to come back, even at the price of coming back to some places in Ukraine which cannot guarantee safety, like we see even yesterday in Kiev there were victims. So we are of course open as a country and still offering our help, providing support for as long as it takes, but we need to find good solutions to make sure that the children will and their guardians will want to stay in Poland in the places where we find them to relocate. Last challenge that we have is regarding the education. We have opened our schools for the Ukrainian children. Many of them entered our education system. Only in Warsaw, in the city of Warsaw, we have almost 20,000 Ukrainian children in our schools, just one city, the biggest one. But we know, and we of course support and understand that the Ukraine wants, the Ukrainian government wants the children from the foster care system to be still in the Ukrainian system, which is remote learning. And we also know on the other side that a couple of years of being in the remote learning system is not the best option for children. So we need to find the best solutions to also to respond to this challenge. Concluding, thank you very much once again. I want to thank once again the European Commission for the support, to you, to our Swedish presidency for leading these topics, which are very important, to our Ukrainian friends for really close cooperation, and to our international partners like I see UNICEF, and not only UNICEF, who do all the best to help us in providing the best care for the Ukrainian children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think we all appreciate the fantastic job that Poland has been doing and is doing for the children of Ukraine. But we also can see the challenges. Thank you very much. I'll now call on the Minister of Social Security and Labour in Lithuania, Monika Navickienė, please.
Thank you so much, Your Majesty, dear children, ladies and gentlemen. It is always hard to find right words when we speak about war, crimes against children, and especially when we witness those horrors through the eyes of the children. But I know for sure what kind of words I do not want to use, and these words are of deep concern or deep sorrow, and I would rather use ones more calling to action. How can we help more? How can we do more steps? And this is where I want to thank European Commission and Swedish Presidency and Swedish government, and especially dear Minister Camilla. You showed the way of having a thought, an idea to real action, and gathered us all here to make more steps in protecting children, vulnerable groups in this horrible light of brutal Russian war against Ukraine. I totally agree what was said from the colleague from Poland. Lithuania experienced the same challenges, but in a bit smaller scale, but still it is the same on the ground in Lithuania. We try to do our best in protecting children fleeing from war from Ukraine, the same as Lithuanians. And since the beginning of the war, Lithuania has paid special attention to those children, and it makes about 36% of all Ukrainian refugees in Lithuania. And since the first day of war, we have taken a lot of necessary measures to effectively identify Ukrainian children arriving in Lithuania, register them, prove them with information about their rights, and ensure they access to essential social, health, and education services. And civil society organizations and state institutions swiftly came together to prove social assistance and other support measures to Ukrainian refugees. And we ensure that children arriving in Lithuania from Ukraine without parental care are immediately assigned with a representative to take care of them, but no, of course, any adoption processes being allowed. We aim to ensure that Ukrainian children can continue their education, and it's crucial, of course, for the future, but we also experience challenges. We provide them the same conditions as Lithuanian children to participate in the educational process, and we have enabled Ukrainian teachers also to work in Lithuanian schools, allowing children from Ukraine to learn in their mother tongue during their stay in Lithuania. Ukrainian children are in the need of safety, stability, protection, and psychological care to heal from the emotional wounds and scars they have endured, and Lithuania's priority is to ensure that children feel safe and forget the horrors of the experienced war as soon as possible. But recognizing the impact of war atrocities on the mental health of Ukrainian children, we pay a lot of attention on psychological help for the children with the help of NGOs and civil society. Also, I would like to remember yesterday's side event of this conference and the powerful addressing of Dmytro Lubinets, Human Rights Commissioner of Ukraine Parliament. And the main message of his was a call for all of us to take action to help return Ukrainian children home, those children who were forcibly displaced. The forced displacement of children from Ukraine to Russian territory and the recent amendment of Russian legislation aimed at simplifying and accelerating the adoption process of abused Ukrainian children is a war crime. And we must condemn these actions as violating children's rights as an act of terrorism. Good step forward has been taken in the implementation of sanctions against Russia. However, new evidence shows that deportation is occurring not only to Russia, but also to Belarus in collaboration with Lukashenko regime. Violations of children's rights and their deportation should be considered as grounds for imposing harsh sanctions against Russia and Belarus. And we all must talk loudly enough that this war crime will not go unpunished. The European Union and its member states should continue to be primary supporters of Ukraine by providing high political attention and ongoing aid, both now and after the war. Also, last but not least, and I think it is one of the most important topics, we must also focus on future. Ukraine cannot be rebuilt without children. Ukrainian children will eventually return to their homeland after the war, but there is a need to support them and assist them in regarding a happy childhood, a normal life, and keeping up with the reforms for Ukraine to be ready to welcome those children back. And I really applaud the idea that children has to be here with us in the conference, because nothing about children should be done without children. I think it is a possibility of returning home will not immediately address all the needs that children have developed during the horrifying situation they have lived in for such a long time. So that is why we need to concentrate in constant helping Ukraine with the reforms on deinstitutionalization, childcare system, family type of children care, and we have to be at Ukrainian side with all those reforms. So lastly, I would like one more time to address us all and ask not to stop, not to get tired in helping, in supporting Ukraine, because sometimes it looks like it's so difficult, so complex problem field that it's almost impossible to find ways to help. But when we do a small step, a small thing, a good conference, a declaration that we will sign together, it also shows that we are not tired, we are looking the best solutions for this situation, and we will be never on the dark side of history, and we will help Ukraine to fight for the democracy of all the European Union. So thank you for your fight. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you so much for encouraging us and keeping the flame burning when it comes to Ukraine, and also for highlighting nothing for children without children. I think that is so central. We will very soon hear from our child correspondents. But before that, I invite the Minister for Welfare in Latvia, Evika Silina, please.
Your Majesty, Excellencies, colleagues, dear children, I'm really honored today to address the matter of children. And as we are sitting here, all the Baltic states, I can surely convince you that we have experienced Russia's aggression. We really know what Russia can do, how they can not just steal the children from your country, but they can also steal the minds of people, and with their propaganda they can use it against you, and it is really a very serious matter. So I'm really deeply concerned about those children who has been stolen from Ukraine, and we will definitely continue to address these matters, and this is a war crime. So there is no difference in these, we cannot not be sure about that. So we will follow them, and Latvia will support Ukraine in all what really matters. As a minister responsible for children affairs in Latvia, I am fully committed to children well-being and future opportunities. And what Poland shares and Lithuania, we actually are in the same situation. In Latvia, we don't have so big numbers of children located from Ukraine, but also we have a special law for Ukrainians who have come from Ukraine, and we have IT system registered all the people that are coming to Latvia. And all the state budget covers the expenses of not just children, also the same benefits adult people receive in Latvia, you are receiving as Ukrainians. And our Ukrainian children are learning in our schools. They can learn remotely, but they're also required to be participating into the classrooms, not to feel isolated, to share the children's joy and sport games, and to be included in our society as well. So they can speak Ukrainian language as well as Latvian. If they don't feel they are ready to come home, if there is no home yet to come back, so they can still remain in Latvia, enjoy games and play football or basketball with our children, and they already know some Latvian language, which is not so easy actually. So, as we just heard from Sasha about his and other children's traumatic experiences and the stress of war, children have paid an extremely high price during Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, and our collective responsibility is to protect them and ensure their safety, rehabilitation, and future prospects. I want to emphasize that European Union and member states have made significant efforts to protect Ukrainian children from the consequences of this war, ensuring temporary protection. And in the spirit of full solidarity, Latvia has protected and supported Ukrainian children since the beginning of the war. And we will ensure that the support to all Ukrainian children who have come to Latvia will, with their parents or unaccompanied, fleeing from Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, will remain. We have forbidden the adoption of unaccompanied children. So we are not in Latvia, you cannot adopt Ukrainian children unless it is Ukrainian, and the Ukrainian government is in full agreement with that. So what else should be said? All Ukrainian children, as I already said, have the equal access to, as the same as Latvian children. And according to the statistical data of 2022, the total number of unaccompanied children is 1,053, so it's not a big numbers. And we have already 161 children born in Latvia. From the last March, an extraordinary guardian was appointed to almost 1,200 Ukrainian children, and currently almost 423 Ukrainian children with extraordinary guardians are already in Latvia. Dear participants, we have provided protection for the children affected by the war, but we all know that we can and must do more. Building inclusive, integrated, and resilient child protection systems is crucial for every country, and particularly important for the extraction of Ukraine. By investing in child protection systems, we help these children to heal, grow, develop, and thrive, ensuring that no child is left behind. For example, to ensure the rights and best interests of every child to grow, develop, and fulfill their full potential, Latvia has completely renounced the placement of children left without parental care in non-family settings such as large residential care institutions. In conclusion, I want to thank Swedish Presidency for convening this crucial meeting. It is a valuable platform to share good practices and harness the power of unity and cooperation to support and protect the children who have suffered from Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. The European Union, and particularly the Baltic states, countries deeply feel this sense of unity with Ukraine, and we have experts ready to help in reconstruction according to Ukrainian needs. And it's also possible to take advantage of the expertise acquired with the Council of the Baltic Sea States, with headquarters in Stockholm, and the work of its expert group on children at risk has been beneficial also for Latvia. I wish for us all to stay strong and committed to ensuring long-lasting solutions for the well-being of every child in need, to stay firm to the cause today and every day. Thank you, and as well, Slava Ukraini.
Thank you so much also for very many good examples of how a good reception of children can be done, and also for giving us hope and challenging us. I now call on the Minister of Social Protection in Estonia, Signe Riisalo. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Majesty, Mrs. Zelenska, and dear colleagues, and most of all, dear young people. Take actions and more actions for the children. It means that we need to use simple language. Then we can say that we are doing that together with you. I know that the language we are using here is bureaucratic a little bit, and more known words for you might be fear, loss, grief, guilt, pain, stress, loneliness. This is very human, but we grown-ups has to understand doing something with you means to come closer to you as well. And I hope that you are not disappointed about the language experts and politicians are using. And literally, we are talking today about child protection from the violence. I would like to speak more about child welfare. And this is my huge privilege and honor to assure you of the Estonian government's commitment to help Ukraine in this brutal Russian war of aggression. Estonia remains fully committed to providing humanitarian aid and help for reconstructions alongside our political and military support as long as necessary. Estonia has invested more than 1% of its GDP to help Ukraine to win this war. This is thanks to the contribution of our volunteers. To put the interest of children at the center of the reconstructions of Ukraine, we must focus on a modern and inclusive child protection system, bearing in mind that the number of children without parental care, physically and mentally wounded, or in risk of abuse is very high. It is also important to involve communities, including children and young people themselves, in building systems for children. They are the new generation that will have to start building Ukraine and take it forward. It is extremely important that we not only design policies but designing policies together with young people, listening to and involving young people more in their decision concerning their lives, but also in policy making should be our priority. To bring an example, children and young people are given the opportunity to have a say when we draft policies concerning children and families. We must continue to seek the ways to involve young people more effectively and meaningfully. And again, language we are using. Estonia is currently recognizing its child protection system, developing support for children with special needs and promoting family-based foster care. We also have recent experiences of establishing a partner house network to Estonia. These are certainly experiences we would happy to share with Ukraine. Most importantly, we do not have to wait until the war is over, but can start right away, giving Ukrainians the faith and hope that we are there for them. Estonia has already started the construction of a kindergarten in Ukraine and launching activities to build foster care family homes and to train the employee for these family homes. We commend the tremendous work that the international community has done so far supporting Ukraine in this unrealistically difficult time. Will also help us to become stronger and better societies. We guarantee to Ukraine that no one children will be not adopted in Estonia. And all the children we received in Estonia who are unaccompanied will be placed into the foster care, and we have so far less than 100 such children, mainly boys, and a huge amount of them are in age 16 up to 18. Sometimes, together with the local municipality social workers, we allow these almost grown-ups young people to live also independently. But in these cases, child protection worker follows their life closely. In all other cases, the children has been placed to the family houses with not more than 6 children in a family or to the foster families. We do not separate these children from the known people when they are not guardians for the children, but they came to Estonia with these children. Then we will make, through the court, guardianship, and the people are officially responsible about these children. But even though child protection workers will follow the everyday life of these children, we do support children also alone to move from the other country or back to Ukraine, but only when it's followed by the social worker and with close contact with the parents in Ukraine or in some other country. So what we are trying to do, this is to keep safe your children. This is the only thing we can do. And of course, medical care and education, we're providing this. We are struggling because not all of Ukrainian children and families don't want to put children into the Estonian educational system. A minute. But we see that this is the risk of isolation, and we try to get on the community base to these children together. We would like to involve all your children in our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being so strong on child participation. I think many of us felt very encouraged by that. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. We are very honored also that the special representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations on violence against children, Nayat Malamajid, is here with us today, and we are very eager to listen to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I will be brief because I think many things were told. Her Majesty, Queen Sylvia, Nice to see you again. My dear friend Camilla, I am really happy. Dear children and young people, I think we have to leave the floor to you. It's why I am going really to be very short. I just want to go in a concrete way regarding building child protection system in Ukraine and in the neighboring country and all the receiving country. I think, really to be very frank, and we already met, and I am happy to see many people I know, I think we need also to make sure that what is the understanding, what are the services we are putting under this child protection system? Because I am sure if we ask all of us here today, it's not very clear. Because child protection system, and we heard it, is education that it's safe, is inclusive, including digital learning. It's birth registration, documentation, because you have people who are statelessness. It means also having health, access to health, well-being, mental health, sexual reproductive health. It means access to management system, to child welfare, and to sustainable social protection. It means also supporting parents, family supporting, community empowerment, and it means access to justice and remedies. So it's a package that is unfortunately not only under the Ministry of Social Affairs, but involving all the ministries. And I think it's really important. And what is most important is not only about services, and here we have a big challenge, it's regarding, the workforce. And this is budget. It means having well-staffed services. It means frontline. We cannot imagine that all these countries, including Ukraine, will have psychologists, psychiatric in very quick time. It's very difficult. I think we need to make sure that the frontline workers are really duly well trained and equipped with the practical tools, and I think it's really important. And I'm more speaking as pediatrician, so we need to be very concrete and to respond very quickly to children. The other thing that I think we need to seize this opportunity to have a strong self-criticism and to see what works and what doesn't work. Very frankly, I was following this war, but not only this one, because you have millions and millions worldwide who are, displaced due to war, due to climate crisis, and they are facing. We need to build on the lessons learned from this, but also from the previous one, because you have many children who are still in refugee camps, in parallel system, in limbo. So we have to be very careful currently regarding what is going on. And I was hearing you, and I think it's important. We are speaking, about all the neighboring countries. I have the opportunity also to visit Spain, to visit France, to visit others. I think one big lessons learned is that child protection system, as we know, really are needed in all countries, not only the neighboring countries, even the rich countries have problem regarding the child protection system. And other lessons. Child protection system, we don't need to have one specific for children who are not from the country, how we can strengthen all this national and local child protection system and make them accessible to all children independently of their status, and to avoid, a difference of treatment. I think I was in Greece, I was in Romania, and we have to be very careful about, we are speaking about children rights, and it's no discrimination. And I think it's really, really important. And I agree what you was telling, that we are 1 year after. And 1 year after, we need to start thinking emergency is not going to be sustainable if it's not linked to mid and long term. And really, this is really important, to be linked really to the development, to be linked to the development of the countries of Ukraine, but also of all the receiving countries. This is a very strong point for me. And at the same time, we need to start thinking about the return of these children, if return is possible. What does it mean, return? Where returning? And I want to congratulate Ukraine because you are doing this reform, but reform in deinstitutionalization will take time. So we need to start thinking what could be the best way really to see what kind of foster family, how we are going to do it, how we are going to invest. And I think we need to be very practical. Please stop all these concepts and so on. And regarding the UN system and the donors and Europe and so on, I think we need also to start listening to the people, children and young people here and all those who are facing the problem, and in concrete way how how all this can support and avoid duplication of protocol standards and so on. I think, and the last but not the least, it will allow to really have a standardized response within Europe. Because we have not only a problem regarding lack of, coordination of information, lack of procedure, I think it will be a really strong moment to have this coordination and standardization. And the last but not the least is children and young people. It's not only making them here listening to us, but really to see them as part of the solution since the beginning. Because the real experts here are children themselves, because they know where services are failing, they know what needs to be done. So without further ado, I want just to give you the floor, because I think you can tell us what we are doing bad, and we are doing a lot of things bad. And I just want to let you know that you are not the problem to solve, you are the solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nayat. Thank you also for challenging us on getting these solid child protection systems. And this was a very good bridge now, because we've been talking a lot about listening to children. And now is the time for our child correspondence. And as we said earlier, you can ask in any language that you want. And if you are not asking in English, I will do the translation from the questions that you have made. We are very proud and happy that you are here. And now it's your time to put the questions. So I will ask Alisa first. The floor is yours.
My name is Alisa, and I'm from Ukraine. My question is, children and young people can see things differently than adults. How can children and youngs be involved in the reconstruction of Ukraine?
Thank you so much, Alisa. And we will direct that question to you, Nayat.
I have to respond?
Yes.
And yes, I think it's important what you are telling, Alisa. And the problem is it's not a one-stop event. It's not a show. Child participation has many steps, and it starts by making sure that you have access to an information you can understand. So it means involving you since the beginning. It means also listening to you. It means also providing you with safe pathway, safe avenue to express yourself. This is very important. And the most important thing is really to ask you the question, regarding what can be done, what you see we can make differently. And most importantly is involving you when designing the solution, you are part of it, but also in implementing and monitoring. Because it's not only one shot today and after bye-bye. It's really involving you since the beginning. This we can. And you have many wonderful examples worldwide, but it has to be systematized.
Thank you very much. And the second question comes from Lev. The floor is yours, Lev.
Hello, my name is Lev. I'm from Ukraine, and I have a question. We are worried about our relatives in Ukraine, and it is important for us to keep in touch with them. It reduces our concern. What can be done to help children with this?
Thank you very much, Lev. And we will direct the question first to you, Michael. And then I know also that Signe, you would like to say a few words, but please be brief in your answers.
Sure. Lev, thanks for a great question. It's really important because we thrive as humans with other people, with our families, with the people we love. And so making contact with somebody back home is not an optional extra. It's really essential. We have a duty, those of us who are taking care of children here in the EU, we have a duty to do everything we can to help you make contact and maintain contact. Sometimes that's really simple. It's about the internet connection. It's about the equipment. Sometimes it's going to be really difficult because of the conflict, because of the war and the situations. And always it's going to be very delicate. And we have to never forget that our job is to protect you. And so, Lev, for you and your friends, when you're making contact, we have to make sure that we're watching out for you. What you hear, what you experience could be traumatic. It could re-traumatize you. You may hear very painful things, and we have to be there to back you up in moments like that. But Lev, it's really great. Let's not forget this issue as we go forward.
Thank you, Michael. Signe?
Yes, thank you for the question. The situations might be very, very different. Some children came to other country with their parents or grandparents or aunts, and they are in connection with close people. But the other children are all alone, and in many occasions they do not have enough information what happens at home and how it's going at home to the relatives. In these cases, of course, we try to get as much information as it possible to share to children who are all alone in a new country. But from the other hand, it's very important to keep your Ukrainian identity. And this is something what we can do in our society and community. For example, in Estonia, we are using a lot of Ukrainian teachers at school to keep your language, even though the school itself is going in Estonia. We established the Freedom School from the 1st of September last year, and the curriculum is Estonian, of course, but there is still culture, music, and your Ukrainian teachers who are helping children. Then we have Shelf as a help and support groups for the parents and also to the children in Ukrainian language, and psychological counseling also in Ukrainian. It helps to keep the identity even you do not have contacts to the home country.
Thank you so much. We are approaching coffee time, but before I go through some of the more logistics, let's give a big hand to our eminent panel and to our Schalt correspondents. So I think you all heard about the Swedish fika or coffee break. That means coffee and cake and chatting. And that will be served next door, and we will meet again here at 11:30. But at this point, I would like to thank Her Majesty the Queen for her participation and presence. Thank you so much. We know about your deep engagement for children's rights. We are very honored for the presence today. So please raise and allow Her Majesty to leave before we go for coffee. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you felt refreshed after the Swedish fika and maybe stretching your legs a little bit. I also hope you had a chance to visit the exhibition and to meet new and old colleagues, and that now that you're really re-energized and ready for another session. And I would like to welcome our panelists for an important discussion how children have been affected by the war in Ukraine and the child protection needs, the risks and the violations requiring a dedicated and long-term response. So I would like to welcome our distinguished speakers, the Chief Executive of Save the Children International, Ms. Inger Ashing, the Vice President of European Disability Forum, Ms. Gunther Anka, the Director of Plan International's Ukraine Response, Sven Koppens, and the expert of Child Helpline International, Ms. Eva Veldhuisen Odnishkikakova. Please enter the stage. Free seating, yes. Yes, and then Gunther will sit with you.
Yes, probably. Yeah.
Okay. So, as with the session before, we will start to listen to a voice from a child in Ukraine, thanks to the help of UNICEF in Ukraine. We will now see a short film with a message from a child in Ukraine. Please start the film.
Моє життя змінилось, тому що за цей період я втратила багато можливостей. Я вступала і буду вступати до університету, але через війну багато університетів вони позачиняли свої гуртожитки, і багатьом студентам зараз просто немає де жити. І так як я не з дуже багатої сім'ї, тому у мене немає можливості навчатися в університеті, тому що там треба знімати квартиру, а окрім квартири ще й просто витрачати багато грошей на життя. І найбільшою проблемою в Україні для дітей, я вважаю, є саме навчання, тому що вони не можуть повністю реалізувати свої можливості і також не можуть, можливо, отримати якусь психологічну допомогу, але якщо можуть, вони цього бояться або вважають, що це соромно, вважають, що до психологів ходять тільки хворі люди, і вони не можуть прийти з проблемою до психолога і сказати все, що їх турбує. На початку війни в мене були проблеми навіть на емоціях, на нервах з ногами. Я в перші дні війни не могла навіть ходити, тому що мої емоції, мої переживання, вони вплинули на мій фізичний стан. Я вважаю, що це не лише моя проблема. З такою проблемою стикаються всі, і мої друзі, мої знайомі. І це тема, яка стосується усіх і відображається на всіх. І кожен страждає по-своєму. Хтось психологічно, хтось фізично, хтось просто не знає, як з цим справитися. Вчителі та дорослі, які допомагають дітям та молоді, також потребують допомоги дуже часто саме там психологічної і в їхніх думках, і вдихнути нове повітря вчителям потрібно було, тому що в них, можливо, немає такого осередку, де вони б могли почувати себе також комфортно і не думати про проблеми і про те, що треба допомогти і віддати свою енергію комусь іншому.
That were some good examples of how the war affects children in so many ways. And I would like to start with you, Inger Ashing. Save the Children, you're working both in Ukraine and in the neighboring countries. And it's one of the organizations providing much needed child protection services for all those in need. Could you please tell us about your experiences from your work there? And I know you also visited Ukraine just a month ago. How would you say that the situation for children in terms of child protection needs and risk have developed since the Russian invasion?
Thank you so much for the invitation and for the opportunity to share with you today. And I want to start by with one of the children that I and we have met in Ukraine, and I think it was an excellent video that we just saw, which is very much in line with what I've heard from a number of children. But now I want to draw your attention to a girl, a 9-year-old girl named Christina. She lives in Kiev, and she told us that before the war started in February 2022, her biggest fear was rabbits. And as a child, I mean, she had been bitten by a rabbit when she was very young, so she was afraid of rabbits. Now she is mostly scared that her legs will give out on her again. And she told our team that it happens suddenly whenever she hears the sounds of bombs. It's like something is gripping her legs down and she simply can't move. And this is just one story. There are millions of stories like this where children are severely impacted in the small and the very big parts of their lives. And I think as Save the Children, as a child rights organization, we often feel that when we talk about the war, we often fail to acknowledge the group that is hit the hardest. And it is the same in Ukraine as it is in any other war, as we heard before from the former panel. The children are hit the hardest, regardless of where the war happens. And if we look at Ukraine, on average, one child is killed every day. And we are soon, unfortunately, to reach the grim mark of 500 child deaths. But I think that we need to be aware that there is not one single child in Ukraine that is not affected by the war. And that this is something that has disrupted their childhood. It is also putting them in a position where many of them have lost hope in the foreseeable future, even if many of the children I have met and that we meet are really, really resilient and want to be part of a positive solution. But children have been affected in every part of their world and in their lives. And I mean, earlier on, when the electrical infrastructure was hit, it also meant that children didn't have access to basic things like water, heat in their homes, etc. We meet children who have slept and do sleep in subway stations, that they have been forced to use bathing water from puddles in the street, and who have been lining up for hours to get access to the distribution of bread and drinking water. In many of the countries now, electricity has been restored, so life is better for many children, but for children in some of the smaller villages, closest to the area, closest to the front, of course, children are facing extreme challenges. And I spoke to my team in Ukraine in preparation for this, and they told me that only last Friday, that is a week from now, we had a team that was trying to distribute basic hygiene materials in the area of Kherson. And during the distribution, they came under 3 separate waves of artillery and drone attacks. So 3 times during the few hours that they were there to distribute food and basic hygiene materials. What struck them was that, after each wave of shelling, the families came out again, starting to queuing to get access to the basic hygiene kits that we were providing. really, really eager to receive the aid packages. And this tells us something about the desperation and the need. So even when you're heavily attacked, when there's a pause in the attacks, you need to try to address your immediate needs. We know that the fighting has led to the closure of big parts of the educational system and leaving millions of children without access to proper education. And we heard that from the young girl that spoke just in the video now. It means that they are in a situation where they are only dependent on online education. The good news is that Ukraine is one of the countries that are very well advanced when it comes to digital and digital learning. So one of the things that we do in partnership with many local organizations and with the partnership with the government is try to ensure that we give access to online education by mobile schools, etc. Many of the schools don't have shelters themselves, so you need to be innovative and find different logistics and different facilities where you can actually provide them with the school that they need. Mental and social health impact, you heard that from the girl in the video, and you've heard it through the day. I think that cannot be underestimated how critical it is to address. Christina, the girl that I spoke about who couldn't move her legs, what helped her was Parker. He is a Labrador retriever, and we use him to work with children because he has the ability to sense when children are stressed, and he also has the ability to calm them down. So therapeutic dogs is something that works for some people, like Christina. Other people need other things. Our biggest work in Ukraine is mostly on cash transfer so that we can give people access to basic needs so they can choose themselves what to use them on. The final thing I just want to say about the institutions and what needs to happen, I am so impressed by the commitment by the Ukrainian government, not just to respond to the immediate needs, but also to really stand behind a long-term commitment to rebuild society and build it back better. And I think we need to be aware that this requires a long-term commitment. And we really need to ensure that the efforts to rebuild the Ukrainian society needs all of us to partner and support and help, but also do that with a child's best interest in mind. Because as often when you do things and try to rebuild, and we see that in our global response to COVID, we don't necessarily always think about children first, and I do believe that that is absolutely needed in Ukraine. I know that my time is up. The only final thing that I want to say is that we all know that before the war we had over 100,000 institutionalized children, and these children are more vulnerable and more at risk of harm than any other group in the Ukrainian society. We need to ensure that we support, help them, and rebuild a structure that is learning from all the things that has been done in the EU and elsewhere before. We cannot do anything without involving children themselves, so child participation will be key in the rebuilding of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inger, and thank you also for sharing. Sometimes it's very important to get the individual story about Christina, from being afraid from a rabbit and what war has meant to her. Thank you. Gunther Anker, the European Disability Forum brings together representative organizations of persons with disabilities from across Europe. You have highlighted the specific risks that children with disabilities are often exposed to. How would you describe the conditions of children with disabilities in situations of war and conflict? Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation to be here today and to speak with you about very vulnerable group of children with disabilities. I have my own experience to be a child with disabilities during the Soviet time. I have experience to be behind the school. I have experience to be behind the playground where other children are playing. I know how it is to be a child with disabilities. Now, when war is happening in Ukraine, we understand how difficult it is for children with disabilities during the wartime. Do you know, we speak so much about children in general, about their rights, and that's absolutely perfect today and yesterday, but only a few times we mentioned children with disabilities. And I would like to say that is a very specific group of children, because from one side, for every child, that is very possible to realize their rights if somebody supports them. For children with disabilities, rights doesn't mean everything. They need opportunities to realize their rights. And those opportunities could be very different. It could be wheelchair, it could be different technical aids, it could be different assistive technologies, it could be assistance, it could be so many important things. Without those, children with disabilities are not able to realize their rights like children. I'd like to talk more about accessibility. And we know that in Ukraine, the situation of accessibility isn't so good yet. Last year, European Disability Forum, together with 9 different countries surrounding Ukraine, organized a conference in Riga. And at the end of the conference, we made a declaration, which is named Riga Declaration. Now this declaration is discussed in the European Commission, in European Parliament, and one of the main points of the declaration was accessibility. Because we know if people with disabilities, if children with disabilities can't access schools, can't access normal everyday life, we can't speak about inclusive society. And that is so important. We also are spoken so much now at European Union and all other donors can't give money to Ukraine for made new obstacles for children and people with disabilities. New buildings, new small buildings are built now, today, in Ukraine by saying, let's do it very fast. We don't have time thinking about accessibility. We're gonna think about accessibility maybe tomorrow, maybe day after tomorrow, or maybe next year. It doesn't work. I'm absolutely sure that nobody will rebuild those buildings. Those buildings which will be so important for children with disabilities, those who are there now, and those who come back when the war will be finished. We are talking about institutions, and that is so scary for children to be in the institutions. But that is even more scary for children with disabilities to be in institutions. For them it means life for whole. When the children finished institutions, they go to the normal life, have families. Many children who grow up in institutions just go to the next institution. And you know what does it mean. And we still have a discussion with Ukrainian government, and they said, let's start with children without disabilities. And after that, those children with disabilities and their institutions could be reorganized because it's so difficult, because it's so expensive, because maybe we can leave them behind. We can talk about education. And education is so important for children because maybe some of them, after that, could be artists, scientists, or maybe some of them could be a president of Ukraine. But when they can't get a real education, they could never be in use for the country. And it's absolutely fantastic to have a digital education online from one side, but for those children with disabilities, it is next step to bigger segregation. It is next step for isolation, because they can't meet their friends somewhere outside, because they are staying for a life together with parents, or maybe together with some who is care given to them. And that is one of the biggest problems for children with disabilities from Ukraine. And the number of children with disability grows. Because of the war, that number grows, and we can't just stay like that and not thinking anymore about this vulnerable group which need our help. And I would say which need our help just now, not by saying maybe later, maybe then when we build something for children in general. We can't leave children with disabilities behind. And we know that Ukraine, for sure, will be part of European Union. But on that way, we have at least 5 or even more years. On that way, we need to support Ukraine, to give the possibilities to the children with disabilities, to give them opportunities, to make inclusive society for all. And thank you very much for inviting.
Thank you, Gunther, and for also giving us the perspective of some of the most vulnerable children, but also showing in how many areas it is important to include children with disabilities. Thank you very much. I now like to move over to Sven Coppens. We are very happy that you are here. And for those of you who don't know, he came straight from Senegal on his son's graduation just to be able to attend this meeting. We are very grateful for that. You work with the Plan International's Ukraine response. And we know, Sven, that an important part of Plan's work in Ukraine is to promote gender equality, social cohesion and inclusion of internally displaced persons across the country. It would be interesting to hear your view of the specific vulnerabilities and risks that girls and the girl child may be exposed to following the humanitarian crisis and the armed conflict. For example, in terms of sexual exploitation and trafficking. The floor is yours, Sven.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for this. And I want to follow the trend which has been set before, and actually rather than my own perspective, my own view, actually as much as possible built on the views and the voices of children and youth, girls and boys in all their diversity that we have heard over the last month in particular. Over the last month we spent ample time sitting together with 200 young people from affected by the war, some of them inside Ukraine, some of them in outside of Ukraine in Moldova, Poland and Romania in particular, some also in some of the Russian occupied areas that we were able to reach out to. So allow me to also present these voices as part of responding to your question. One girl, 14-year-old girl from Mariupol, she asked us particularly for this conference to pass on a particular message, and the message is simple. Please make sure that my family and I do not die before the war is over. And I think this resonates also with what First Lady said in her speech about this is also still about survival, day-to-day survival of children and the stressors that come together with that. So there's a couple of points that young people during the consultations really want to put on our agenda, and particularly girls are affected by these. As a lot of speakers already have said, we are witnessing a mental health crisis amongst Ukrainian youth on an unprecedented scale. And this is being further exacerbated by limited freely available mental health and psychosocial support. And of course, the stigma that comes with the request for mental health support. Some are experiencing acute sensitivities to loud noises. We've heard it in the videos, vivid flashbacks that come back, inabilities to sleep leading to sleep deprivation, fear, a continuous state of fear, terrified of going outdoors. I recall myself being in Kharkiv, meeting people who are in bomb shelter over there, as their permanent housing, and meeting a couple of girls that were actually not, even during when the siren was not on, not wanting to go outside. So this kind of permanent fear that, of course, we know leads to toxic stress and has a permanent impact on children. So the few young people also that Plan International we were able to speak to online in Russian-occupied territories really stressed that continuous fear and the scaredness that they are experiencing. An 18-year-old young woman who fled Kherson, she told us that she had prayed for a village not to be bombed every 10 seconds, but rather every 10 minutes. So this kind of fear factor coming in, and this is a straight quote from one of these girls. And that girl also said, now my mental health is different. I think 95% of young people are not okay with their feelings, and neither am I. So we heard some of the speakers talking about depression. That state of depression is definitely something that comes up. Another aspect, and maybe a little bit more sensitive, but it's the aspect of bullying and harassment linked to the language that is being used. And this is, of course, a very sensitive point. So we heard directly also from internally displaced adolescents who have fled eastern Ukraine and who are actually predominantly Russian-speaking, that they are starting to experience bullying and harassment, discrimination in school in their communities for not speaking fluent Ukrainian. And this further impacts their already fragile health. So definitely that's another factor, the factor of language that young people wanted to put on our agenda. So going particularly to girls and gender equality, as you said, Elizabeth, we're an organization that promotes children's rights and equality for girls, especially in times of crisis, conflict and war. And we are privileged to have young people that are actually informing us also about their viewpoints on the promotion of equity, the promotion of diversity and inclusion. And while some of the young women and the adolescent girls that we spoke to they actually mentioned the hope that the war in Ukraine would be a catalyst to dispel widely held attitudes on gender roles. Others, and maybe another critical point, fears that the Ukrainian situation now and the conscription of men would further entrench traditional gender norms. Yeah. And I think this is something that policymakers inside Ukraine, outside Ukraine, need to put on the agenda. One internally displaced teenager thought that the war is enhancing militarized notions of masculinities. Yeah. And stereotypes of men being strong and men being the protectors. So these are stereotypes that we will have to take into account during rehabilitation. And this is all against the backdrop of skyrocketing rates of gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, increasing reports of violence against children, both in centers for internally displaced people, but also in refugee accommodation centers, and enhanced concerns about toxic masculinity, which would prevent young men who are basically affected by the hostilities from seeking mental health and psychosocial support. And I think the reference was made in the video also on that particular point. I'm not going to echo more about education. I think we all know education is a safe haven, but maybe linked to that also saying that we cannot ignore the myriad of educational, behavioral protection and integration risks that are associated with having a large cohort of students online, students that are hard to reach, but also very often do not speak the local language and whose daily participation in online learning can actually not be verified or can be, there's limitations on that verification. Another point that is really a concern for us when we are talking about gender equality and the plight of rights, and we know from the OSCE that Ukrainian refugees, they're increasingly targeted for sexual exploitation. And that searches for sexually exploitative terms related to Ukrainian refugees, especially women and girls, have increased with 300% following the escalation of the war in Ukraine. So these are points to basically take into account. in 30 seconds, 3 key points that the young people want to put on our agenda. First, it's of utmost importance that children and young people impacted by the war be heard on their needs and priorities, including as it relates to their ongoing protection and well-being. Child participation is not just bringing them to the floor. Child participation is about involving them in the decision-making on the way forward. We also heard from adolescent girls their hope that Ukraine will stand up to its entrenched patriarchal mentality. This is not our quote, comes from the young people themselves. And the EU, the UN, and the international community have a crucial role to ensure that the programs they actually implement do not exacerbate harmful gender roles. And we, as Plan International, remain shocked by the overall lack of gender analysis informing our response, our collective response so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sven. Thanks, first of all, for bringing really the voices of the children from Ukraine, but also the gender perspective that we cannot lose. And particularly it concerns both boys and girls. Yep. Thank you. Eva, now it's... you work with Child Helpline International, which is a very important organization, because the child helplines, they play an important part for the child protection systems, providing children with actual opportunity to direct access to support services. Could you please elaborate on the main challenges that children raise through the helplines? And from your perspective also, what is currently lacking in the response to child protection needs and risk when it comes from children from Ukraine, in Ukraine and out of Ukraine?
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, so Child Helpline International, it's a membership organization. Across the globe, we have 159 helplines operating out of 135 countries and territories. So it's a very large organization. And we, as an organization, what we do is we collect information, we coordinate it, both from our members as well as from external sources. And our role really is to then use that as a platform to advocate for the voices of children. Child helplines are a really important, as Elizabeth already mentioned, first entry point into child protection services. Children can call from any place, from anywhere, or they can text, they can email, with no barriers to this. So it's a very important service, particularly in this context of Ukraine. When it comes to our European network, we have 46 European members that offer anonymous, confidential services for children, most of which operate under our harmonized number 116111. And every year, these European members, they receive approximately 4 million contacts from children across the continent. So we were really well placed to adapt those services for Ukrainian children. In our first response to the war, what our role really was to make sure that helplines across Europe were staffed with Ukrainian-speaking professionals. So in Sweden, in Belgium, in Slovakia, in Poland, and in Hungary, Ukrainian counselors were implemented very quickly to make sure that children could call from across the border when they fled the war. Our Ukrainian member as well, La Strada, continue to operate from incredibly difficult circumstances. Their buildings were evacuated. They were working and texting children from bomb shelters. Some of their counselors fled abroad and continue to work. So we have an amazing counselor in Canada, for instance, who works for the Ukrainian helpline, and she does all of the night shifts. So at night, when children are scared and worried, they can still contact somebody who is in a position to help, to listen to them. And all of this, so the Ukrainian helpline, it received something like 180,000 calls in the past year. In September to December of last year, of 2022, they received 3 times as many calls on average compared to January of that year. So on top of these really difficult circumstances, then you also have an increased number of calls. So it was really important for us to make sure that all of those counselors were adequately trained to handle the needs of these Ukrainian children. And as part of that response, we as an organization, we implemented a project together with UNICEF ICARO called Hearing the Voices of Ukrainian Children and Young People, Child Helplines Responding to the War in Ukraine. My role in that has been as the child protection and gender-based violence expert. I conducted a needs assessment in 7 response countries as well as Ukraine itself to see what it was that the counselors needed to be trained in. And as part of that, we then ran workshops in all of these countries on, for instance, conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence, how to both detect it and then respond to it if children had these issues, as well as trafficking, sexual exploitation, and then being able to provide trauma-informed care. And as part of that, the counselors raised a lot of the challenges that they've been working with over this past year. I don't have that much time with you today, so I'm just going to highlight 3 of these. First of all, there's violence against children. Physical, sexual, and domestic violence has been things that Ukrainian children were already dealing with before the war, but this has only increased as a result of the full-scale invasion. Unfortunately, we know that even in conflict situations, the places where children continue to be the most vulnerable are in the home. So we've had reports both of the Russian Federation committing these acts of violence against children, but also from parents and caregivers, the protectors of children, committing these kinds of acts. And it's also continued to intersect with the online sphere as well. So we've seen increased numbers of reports of online extortion of Ukrainian children. The second thing that counselors raised was that there was a need for more training in grief and loss counseling. Children, we've heard it mentioned before, children have lost friends, parents, pets, homes. Sometimes entire villages and towns have been destroyed in this war. And this requires a special form of counseling, and therefore more training, more resources are needed for this. And finally, what a lot of counselors have raised is the issue of integration. And I mean both integration in the sense of the refugee response. So we've seen, for instance, calls about bullying, about discrimination of Ukrainian children in refugee response countries because they might not master the language as well as the native children, or because of pro-Russian propaganda that continues to be propagated in some of these response countries. But integration also means thinking long-term. When these children return to Ukraine, what is that going to look like for them? How are we going to make sure that the counselors are able to, for instance, manage expectations of what it's going to be like to come back to a war, a post-conflict country? And moving forward, there's really 2 primary recommendations that I have in terms of how to ensure that child helplines receive the proper funding and resourcing that they deserve to provide this essential service. First of all, governments and donors should prioritize resources for national helplines to ensure this continuity of services, so integrating them officially into the child protection services within the countries. And the EU plays a fundamental role in supporting that as well. So in its recommendations to national governments, child helplines should be officially mentioned in each of these documents to ensure that national governments are aware of this key service. It's my strong belief that if child helplines receive this, the child protection systems as a whole will be ameliorated. There will be better access for Ukrainian refugees, more funding for counselors, more funding for training, better operating hours for Ukrainian services, and better connectivity to the child protection system as a whole. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eva. And I don't think we can underline enough how important the helplines are. It's actually the first access into the child protection systems. So thank you very much. And now our child correspondents are invited to pose the questions to the panel. I think it is Victoria who will be first.
Hej. Så min fråga är, in Sweden, children with disabilities, such as those in wheelchairs, have a high level of freedom. They can take the bus, go to school, and move everywhere. When rebuilding Ukraine, how can their needs be considered?
Yes, thank you very much, Victoria. How can the needs be considered? And Gunta, can you please answer Victoria's question?
Yes, thank you, Victoria, and thank you for really very important question. When I spoke with a girl from Ukraine, she came to Latvia one day, and she's a wheelchair user. And one day she said to me, you know, Gunta, when I was in Ukraine on a wheelchair, I just watched the life, but I'm not part of the life. When I came to Latvia, I understand that I can be part of the life, not just the one who watch how it's going on. And that is what I'd like to say to all of you. That accessibility of the future Ukraine is a very, very important. And that is very important not only for people on wheelchairs, it is so important for maybe new parents who have small children. It is so important for elderly people who would like to free movement around the country. And now is the time. Now is the time when we have to start to build accessibility. It will be too late tomorrow. We have to start now. And that is important for such a big part of Ukrainians. And that is so important for Europe in general. And thanks for the question.
And thanks for the answer, Gunta. I will now hand over the floor to Sofia for the next question from our Child correspondents.
Yes. Hello. In Sweden, it has taken time for our parents to get bank cards, and it has been difficult to get a bank ID. Not having a bank ID has resulted in that we can't do the same things as other children. For example, registering for leisure activities. How can governments and international organizations improve the reception so children from Ukraine quickly can participate in activities like other children?
Thank you very much, Sofia. And I will start by asking Inger Ashing, what can be done?
Thank you for that question. I think sometimes we forget that it's all about being able to participate in everyday life. That is what matters to all children. So I think this is a really important question. Save the Children, we work in Ukraine, but we also work in most of the neighboring countries, including countries across Europe and in Sweden. So. And one of the things that we are strongly advocating for is that governments listen to the needs of children themselves when they think about the support and the systems that they put in place to welcome Ukrainian refugees, but also children from coming from other conflicts. And I do absolutely think that this is a big gap where there is not yet an ability for Ukrainian children to participate the way that they should be. So I think this is a really important question. In Sweden, the Swedish Save the Children organization is working in different municipalities, and a lot of these decisions are made locally. So part of our work is also to work directly with the various municipalities and talk to them. How do they ensure that all children are having access to leisure activities, regardless of their backgrounds, their parents' background, and, as you say, access to bank ID and credit cards, etc. So I think that is really key. In addition to that, we provide our own activities. So we and many other NGOs in Sweden are trying to actually give children the possibility to participate in leisure activities outside the formal system, because we know the needs are there. But really important question, and I think we have a number of representatives from the government here, and I know that they take this on board as well.
Thank you very much, and I would really like to thank our panels. I think you've been fantastic in bringing out the reality of what the war has meant for the children in Ukraine, but also in neighboring countries. And a particular thank you to our child correspondents. I know you've been working so hard on the questions, you've been having workshops, you have been discussing with your friends to really bring up the most burning questions. Thank you for being so brave and participating here today. So thank you all, and we will just switch for the next panel. Thank you. Where our panelists will share lessons learned and best practices concerning how to manage the increased pressure to deliver support and key services for children's safety in situation of conflict and war. And I thus would like to welcome up the Deputy Director General of DG Employment, Stefan Olsson. I would also like to welcome up the Director of National Coordination Center for Resolving the Issues of Violence Against Children in Slovakia, Mrs. Maria Vargova, and also the Head of Department at the Ministry for Family, Natality and Equal Opportunities in Italy, Mr. Gianfranco Constanzo, and finally, Regional Director of UNICEF Regional Office for Europe and Central Asia, Felipe Corri. Please do come up to the stage. And as we have done before, we will again start by having the opportunity to listen to the voice of a child in Ukraine. Are we missing one? Good. Welcome. But again, we are very grateful for UNICEF in Ukraine, who have met children that are sending important messages to this meeting. So can you please start the film?
Через війну в мене стало менше спілкування з друзями, які виїхали за кордон, та не тільки друзями, а деякими родичами. У мене виїхали за кордон через війну. Це моя хрещена мама, мамина подруга, яка спочатку виїхала в Італію, а потім до Америки полетіла. Це моя однокласниця, вона зараз, на жаль, вже не в нашому класі. І ще виїжджала мамина подруга, якою ми також підтримували зв'язок, як і з усіма, крім однокласниці. І вона зараз повернулася, ось мамина подруга зі своїми дітьми. Ну, з хрещеною мамою по можливості, бо вона цілий день на роботі, це їй можна позвонити або дуже-дуже рано зранку, або якщо у неї вихідний, або дуже-дуже пізно, коли вона вже повертається з роботи. Вони могли робити такі самі молодіжні центри, як робить ЮНІСЕФ по всій країні зараз. Інші країни Європи можуть допомогти дітям, які виїхали за кордон, робити такі самі молодіжні центри, як є у нашому місті, робити такі, можна так сказати, місця там, де діти можуть відпочивати, гратися з іншими дітями та знаходити собі нових друзів.
Thanks to David for sharing his experiences. And I would like to start by Stefan Olsson. As Deputy Director General of DG Employment at the European Commission and work, amongst other initiatives, with the European Child Guarantee, which we all think is very important. The Child Guarantee aims to provide guidance on how to ensure key services for all children within the Union. In what way can it be used as a framework to strengthen EU member states' capacity to respond to child protection needs and to the risks and violations? And could you elaborate a bit on the challenges that member states have met since the full-scale invasion regarding integrated child protection systems? That was a very long question, and you have 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, and I'll just take the occasion to join in all the thanks to the Swedish Presidency for having set up this meeting at such a high level, and it's a very, very impressive group of people here with a lot of knowledge. So a really fantastic initiative. The bigger issue, perhaps, which we see in social policy in the EU, is that member states develop social systems over a long period of time, and it is important to keep this development and keep investing in functioning social systems in good times as in bad, and this then creates a resilience and capacity to deal with crisis. And that we have seen over time. We saw it in the 2008 crisis, we saw it in the pandemic, and we see it now after the awful Russian aggression against Ukraine and its aftermath. That you need to have a system in place that is working, that has sufficient capacity, that is interlinked, and works across the different departments. And the child guarantee is one of the instruments where member states have come together. This was in 2021, came together to emphasize the importance of supporting the most vulnerable groups and children in the EU. This stemmed, of course, from the social pillar and the overall emphasis on having a really working social model. And in practice, this means, as you said in the question, it means a very strong commitment to free and effective access to early education and care. And also one free meal a day, health care, and effective access to education overall, etc. And that's, of course, a very ambitious commitment, but that, as we know, is an essential investment in our whole model, the whole European model of how the EU functions and how EU member states function, and that is very impressive, and we see now that we have national action plans from a large majority of member states, and we have national coordinators, and I mean, this sounds very bureaucratic, of course, but it is a very strong commitment in how to make this very difficult or high-level ambition work. And in these national action plans, what we've also seen since last year, it is that there is also a focus on integration and how you deal with refugees from the war, from Ukraine. So again, having a system in place that you can adapt and build on is essential when you get such a sudden crisis. Having said that, though, these crises come extremely sudden, and the challenges are enormous. So that, of course, means that we are not able to, or member states cannot solve everything immediately. But I have to say, having worked over 27 years on social affairs at the EU level, I have never seen such a commitment of European citizens, civil servants, governments, as I saw this time. So that, I think, is a very positive. But it's, of course, based on this framework and based on these principles. So I think that the fact that it was in place before, the commitment, and now we need this type of debate and continuous exchange to see how can we now go beyond the initial the initial reactions, the initial actions, and develop them and learn from each other to bring this into something that works even better. I think I'll stop there because otherwise
But thank you very much, and thanks so much for elaborating on the European Child Guarantee, because it's really an instrument. And as you said, we don't know what the next crisis is going to be. But if we don't have the systems in place, then we can't meet the challenges. So thank you very much. Maria, you are the director of the National Coordination Center for Resolving the Issues of Violence Against Children in Slovakia. And your organization, it works with governmental and with non-governmental organizations in the area of protecting children against violence. How would you describe the situations for temporary displaced children from Ukraine in Slovakia in terms of exposure to child protection risks? Which are the risks that you see? And are the best practices? Which are the challenges and the opportunities that you could share with us from the work of Slovakia? Again, a very long question. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the floor. But before I start, I want to say hi to the children. And I appreciate that you are here. And I think you are very brave because myself, in your age, among this society, I wouldn't dare, maybe. And I wanted to say that many of your classmates or many of your neighbors probably are in Slovakia because we are one of the countries where are most of the people from Ukraine per capita. So I wanted to tell you that it might be difficult to listen about violence and about exploitation and these terrible words, but I can tell you that the children from Ukraine that are in Slovakia, they are doing very well. They are attending school, they are attending some sports events and everything, and they are really safe. And I wanted to tell you that, for example, yesterday we had a celebration of Children's Day, and it is a very pleasant day for all children because they have no duties at the day, and the day is full of joy and happiness, and the children attended this day, so they are doing well. And now, I'm a little nervous, sorry. And now I want to thank you that I can attend this panel because this panel is called Opportunities and Challenges, and and it's not called Limits or obstacles. So, and I think the countries who are in this new situation to invite the children and invite the refugees can take this really as an opportunity. And I would like to point 3 challenges or 4 challenges that I wanted to tell you about. And this is target the focus on mental health and protection of children against violence, because mostly of the economic situations comes for the fore. How to provide accommodation, documents, how to learn the language, which is undoubtedly very important, but trauma can limit all the effort. Untreated trauma leads to many psychological and physical problems, reduces cognitive abilities, and therefore we are trying to raising awareness. We are trying to do raising awareness activities and workshops for all the staff in the schools, how to understand why, for example, why the child is afraid of a noise, why the child is, for example, afraid of a smell or the other things. And then the second challenge is to build sufficient capacities to provide all the necessary psychological help. But what does it mean? Even before the outbreak of war, after the pandemic, the mental health was threatened in my country due to lack of psychologists and child psychiatrists. But the children cannot wait, so we have to figure out what can we do now. And I can tell you, for example, two of sort of activities. One is very easy, and it is for all children in age till 7 or more. And it is really easy. It costs only 5 minutes, and it is a product of Society of Psychotraumatic Help, and it is a Huggy Puppy activity. And you can do this with children who are anxious, who are afraid, and it is really easy. I've got some materials in Ukrainian language I can share with you. Then the third biggest challenge is to one of the biggest challenges is to involve children more, to ask children, what do you need? And make them equal, not to cooperate only with ministers, but with children equal too. And the last, but not least, challenge is to keep the solidarity as a permanent attribute of our society. Because now in my country we hear a lot about lot of hate speech, a lot of conspiracy, and a lot of everything. But for example, I walk by myself the path from Uzhhorod through the Vyšné Nemcové to Slovakia, and I saw the people on the border, and the humanity and the solidarity is still there, and we must not forget it. So that's from me.
Thank you, Maria. That was so powerful, and I think also of getting the very good examples of what can be done and what you do, and the important role of stamina and holding on. And thanks for giving hope also about what happens around the border. Thank you very, very much. Gianfranco, how would you describe the situation for the temporarily displaced children from Ukraine in Italy? Can you give some examples of best practices? What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? And what would you like to share from the Italian perspective? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank the Swedish Presidency for giving us this extraordinary opportunity to discuss today about a very central point of children protection and specifically of our young friends over there, who are the real actors of today's meeting. The Ukrainian children are our children, so that's why today we are supporting in all possible ways the situation, and that's why the protection of children has become a top priority at EU and member states' political agendas. After the Russian Federation aggression to Ukraine. So as underlined already by distinguished delegates before me, the war of Ukraine has provoked a displacement of thousands of families, forcing children to leave their homes. And we have the example here in Sweden, and also communities have been disrupted and children are illegally deported. And the separation from family environments, friends, and support networks has been extremely distressing for children. And so we have heard today about these specific problems, and also about the principal ways how to tackle at territorial level these problems. Even now, as we speak, maybe, and in Ukraine, there is continue to be violence, injury, trafficking, abduction, and sexual abuse, leading to post-traumatic stress disorders, depression, we have heard, and other mental health issues in the long term. So we have to prepare, of course, to all these things which are affecting and will be affecting in the long term also the children from Ukraine, as all the children who are in a similar situation around the world. To this end, much has already been done by the European Union and various aspects on child protection, including policy development, capacity building, and strengthening institutions, but much more has to be done at country level. From the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, Italy has been at the forefront in welcoming, assisting, and protecting Ukrainian children, carrying out bold action based on solidarity and the protection of their fundamental human rights. Indeed, from the beginning of the war, Italy has registered about 5,000 unaccompanied minors in the territory. Only the unaccompanied minors, they are about 5,000, distributed in all the 21 regions in Italy, with different numbers depending on also the reaction and preparedness of the local systems just to welcome and to receive the children. But so you understand the preparedness, and in a way the governance system at the national level is essential just to face problems and a situation like this. And for instance, within the framework of national coordination of interventions from the Ukrainian population, a multi-level governance approach in Italy was used, with the involvement of all different entities, public administration stakeholders, coordinated by the Prime Minister's Office, Civil Protection Department in Italy. And such a multi-level governance approach is a widely used and effective model in Italy, which has proved to work very well, starting from designing and implementing of the activities aimed at providing first assistance to refugees fleeing Ukraine towards Italy. Special attention has been paid to the delicate management of children entry into the country, especially for unaccompanied children. First, the elaboration of practical guidelines entitled the mitigation of the risk of gender-based violence and mechanisms for the protection of children in the system of widespread reception, which has been elaborated together with UNICEF and UNHCR. And second, the activity under nominated commissioner for the coordination of the assistance to unaccompanied minors coming from Ukraine. And it is worth to me to mention the example in Italy of the smallest dimension of the society, which are the families, because the families have been actively reacting to this and putting their homes and their apartments available for the Ukrainian children. And it has been a very good, valuable reaction, which gives the opportunity to understand the multi-level system, how it works when subsidiarity is supported and is promoted. So families, they, together with the municipalities and together with all the institutions have worked very well. And talking about municipalities, for instance, we have launched a decree law in 2023, which gave municipalities €100 per capita per day when hosting accompanied children from Ukraine. So a practical, really, mean just to handle this tragedy. So as we are hearing today, each of our countries is doing a lot to help Ukrainian people fleeing their homes to get a safe place and be protected against the conflict. But we need to do more, especially when it comes to children, the most vulnerable part of the population. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for sharing the Italian experience. And I can see that I think you are the country that have received most of the unaccompanied minors from Ukraine. But I also know you have a long experience of unaccompanied minors, and I, on a number of occasions, have visited your reception centers and things. So thanks a lot for sharing that. Thank you. I'd now move over to Philippe. You are the regional director ad interim for UNICEF Regional Office in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And I know that your office, and of course the UNICEF country offices in the region, you are currently working very hard to scale up all the different programs and the services for children in Ukraine and in the neighboring countries. For instance, we know that you have identified provision of psychosocial care, mental health support and protection services as an important area. What lessons can be learned so far? Because there will be new lessons, of course, from the EU member states and other countries regarding building capacity to respond to child protection needs, to child protection risks and violations following the armed conflict. Again, a very long question. The floor is yours.
No, thank you so much. First, thank you to Sweden and of course to children from Sweden, but also to European citizens that supported UNICEF in terms of funding. And thanks to these citizens, we could be, very active. And so Europe, you are in a system, except Moldova, that is rather rich in a high-income context with systems that you would expect that would be, immediately resilient. And so we had to go with the system. So first lessons learned, as Stefan was saying, systems are crucial when you want to have an effective response. That is basically in 20 days, we got as many refugees as in 4 years of war in Syria, in 20 days. And most of them were basically children and their mothers. Again, very unusual. Another unusual factor, they had basically a 3-year visa entry. So no more refugee camp at the border and so on in tents. They went directly to systems, municipalities in particular, to get services, education, health, social protection, nutrition. Were those municipalities ready for hundreds of thousands of children and their mothers? No. Were the governments ready with their systems, health systems, education systems, with hundreds of thousands of children? No. So we had to really focus on systems, so central systems, decentralized systems, municipalities, and civil society systems, also very important. So UNICEF approached it, it's one of the big lessons learned, best practice, strengthening the systems through this emergency response. So that, I hope soon, at the end, when peace will prevail, the system for children are stronger. So it's an investment, is what you call for those technicians, the famous nexus between the humanitarian and the development. So the strengthening of system was really an investment done through this response. For UNICEF is what, 1.2 billion euros. To give you the operation, including Ukraine, which is a massive program where UNICEF is engaged for more than 25 years, both sides. So for us, it was really the focus that this refugee crisis for children in Ukraine, in terms of our work, also benefit to the most vulnerable children. Roma child with disability, in our societies in Europe, are still discriminated. So using this collaboration at system level as a way to strengthen a system in terms of their resilience for the most vulnerable children in accessing to services. So it was really the idea. Make it long-lasting, make it more comprehensive for other children that are suffering for some discrimination that are similar. So that was those lessons learned that we have engaged with. And, for instance, if I take health, you had a polio crisis outbreak in Ukraine. At the time, we were immunizing in partnership with and measles as well, with the government, the Ministry of Health of Ukraine. But the war started, and then you had hundreds of thousands of children coming to Europe, not immunized in terms of polio, measles. European governments have forgotten about polio. And when we came, I remember to the colleagues of the Ministry of Health of Poland, when knocking at their door, I say, look, polio is coming back. And most probably an outbreak could happen in Poland, because Poland, and again, congratulations to Poland, because a lot of millions of people were there, but so much generosity that I've seen with my own eyes. I was very proud to be European when I saw that. But then the system could not react. They had forgotten. We procured 50,000 doses of vaccine to Poland for polio. You see that? So it was quite a complicated perspective around systems. I was in the Slovak Republic last week, or actually this week, working with the Minister of Education, all the teams. And the Minister of Health said, look, my doctors are basically in Germany, in UK, because better salaries. We were not prepared to receive these children. So we had to find systemic solution so that the health system, flu, dentists, pediatricians. So, and you had many refugees that were pediatricians, dentists, doctors, psychologists, that were basically working in supermarkets, and trying to find jobs and not using their own practice because they could not. So working with the Ministry of Health in the Czech Republic, for instance, in Slovak, in terms of getting these Ukrainian refugees, doctors, dentists, in the school, so they would learn the language of their specialty, so that they could then pass the exam and be able to practice in the country. So it's win-win, because for the Ukrainian refugees, they can practice. For children, they benefit, and their mothers, of services in terms of health. And for the Czech Republic or Slovak Republic, basically, it's a capacity that helps them to provide services, even to their own population. So just to give you a few examples how this system-focused approach led to more long-term strengthening of the system with very concrete capacity built. So that's really the major lessons we have learned in the process. But now you have all these governments saying, now we need to continue together because we are not inclusive enough. So it's a bit of even, during this, you continue to provide support. At the same time, you need to be thinking of the long term in terms of inclusive approaches. The child guarantee is the best thing Europe ever invented. As UNICEF, we were piloting this in 7 countries. It's unique in the world, where you have billions of euros from social funds available for public policy making for the most vulnerable children. Where do you find this in the world? Governments are not that ambitious with it. The appetite from governments, 7 governments still did not submit their plan, national plan for the child guarantee. So we help many governments because it's our duty as UNICEF to make it work. The problem that I also mentioned to your Vice President of the Commission is the municipalities that were so powerful and frontliners for the services are not accessing to the funds of the child guarantee because it's a central government instrument. So we need to localize the financing of the child guarantee, because the mayor of a village or of a city knows where the Roma families are living, knows how many children with disabilities he has in his community, knows how many poorest households they have. And systems are important, but are a bit blind at the national level. So we need to localize this child guarantee. For me, it's really a battle that UNICEF is committed for the long run, because it is such a unique opportunity that Europe is bringing for children that we need to see. So it's another lessons learned, localize the child guarantee with those municipalities and local communities that are actually making a difference in terms of social inclusion, but ultimately social cohesion for our societies in Europe.
Very engaged and forward thinking also when it comes to the responses. I really like the connection and the nexus you did between humanitarian support and long-term development, but also the important instrument that the child guarantee could be. So thank you very much. And now I would like to call upon our child correspondents. The first one is Maria. Are you prepared? Yes, we have 2 Marias.
Hey everyone. Many of us young people from Ukraine are very worried about our relatives who are still in Ukraine. At the same time, we try to be strong at home because our parents are very sad. It would be good to be offered support from psychologists, for example. so that we don't have to keep everything to ourselves. How could a better job be done with offering children and young people from war the emotional support they need?
Thank you very much, Maria. And I will actually call on both Giancarlo and on Felipe for 2 very brief answers. Who would like to start?
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, let me congratulate you, Maria, for your courage, and also to the other children, because their presidency has been very inspiring for our discussion on these specific topics. The question is very interesting. In fact, providing emotional support to children escaping from war is essential for the present and future well-being and resilience. So it is one central topic you are putting forward. To this end, in my opinion, it is important to create a safe and trusting environment where children feel safe and provide them with a sense of physical security, reliable shelter, and access to basic services. So as for them, for you, to be able to open up about their experience and emotions. So this is clearly present here in Sweden, as I understand, but it is important that everywhere it is like this. And you also put forward the role of professionals like psychologists. In fact, many of the problems, apart from the physical situation and basic needs that you have, of course, after fleeing your country, are mental health problems and mental health support. And psychologists are essential in this. But to me, it is important also to provide psychologists, those professionals, with the right training for this specific situation, because when you approach a PTSD problem and also anxiety due to displacement and war, it is not so easy. So it is important training at the member states level. And of course, to have the workforce ready, as in case we are facing today. But I understand I have to stop here.
Also, call on Felipe. Would you like briefly to answer the question?
Yeah, I mean, first, it's a very important question. I mean, first we need to speak about it. Mental health is not a disease; it's like food and water. In some question, I mean, some are very severe. Then it becomes clinical. But most of it is about well-being. It's about having the right to play. It's about having the right to have an opinion and, expressing in your community your opinion. It's about having proper protection and opportunities to grow and learn. So it's really about well-being. And so therefore we need to have communities and systems providing these services and access to services to children. It's also allowing children and adolescents to speak about it. Because, when we train, we have programs on that, peers. They are more trusting one another to speak about that. And you will not go to a clinic. I mean, you will not get solution in the clinic. So you get to your friends that have been trained, because in some school we train, so they can, have through dialogue good opportunities for solving and finding a solution, a way out for the trauma. And that's something that we continue to do. So services access is not a taboo. We need to speak about it. And having, all conditions of children's rights respected, so that at the end, there is that sense of comfort. And also online. Young people, they are connected. And if you want to have solution and you're a bit embarrassed to, disclose it, even with peers, you can go online and, you have role model, you have games. I mean, there are ways to make you self-aware. Do I have some problems there? And many young people prefer to, and we have this, one is called youth support, type of application. So they're also very useful for young people in finding solutions. I wanted to be very concrete on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Felipe. And I now call on Angelina for the second question from our child correspondents. The floor is yours.
Доброго дня, я з України і мене звати Ангеліна. Нам доводилось багато разів переїжджати і декілька разів змінювати школу. В житла дуже маленькі, і тому на одну сім'ю давали тільки одну кімнату. Це ускладнювало виконання домашніх завдань. Тому створення тиші і спокою його просто не було, адже кімнати були дуже маленькі. І мені цікаво, як це можна покращити, щоб дітям з України було комфортніше жити і не доводилося змінювати декілька міст та школ.
Thank you very much, Angelina. And I'll direct that question to you, Stefan, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Angelina. First, on a more personal note, education and really, as you're saying, being part of and trying really to keep learning and picking up the key elements of life is so important, and therefore I'm very happy that you're asking the question, because it also shows your very, very strong motivation to learn in these difficult circumstances. I think, having listened here to Philippe and the other colleagues, I mean, and what we've seen from our side, a lot of this comes, of course, from this enormous influx of so many mothers, most of all, and children, millions coming in. And while the local authorities have done everything they could, the challenges are still there. And I imagine that here there's also very difficult judgments to make, in the sense that you find a first solution, a crowded accommodation which is not excellent or very, very, very difficult to learn and develop in, and then taking the decision, should we now move to find a better accommodation, but maybe then have to change schools, which is also disruptive. So I think one of the first elements here is really to have a dialogue with you, and to see what is the best way forward, and then try to find innovative solutions in working on this. But again, what we have seen is that the willingness is not lacking at all, but it is simply the challenge of the numbers, and in an already often challenging local economy and local situation. So I think this is something clearly that I will take back, and we will discuss with the child coordinators in this child guarantee, which is focusing on exactly this issue. But that maybe some of my colleagues will have more practical, because the EU level is, of course, a little bit distance from. So yeah.
I agree, but yeah. I think because of time constraints, we will have to have that conversation over lunch. So I would like to say thank you very much for this session, for the child correspondent, and for this very inspiring panel. Let's give them a big hand. And as many of you already know, the Swedish Presidency has drafted a declaration on protecting children in Ukraine and in the European Union. And for the declaration ceremony, I would like to welcome all ministers and state secretaries present up on the stage. And I will now have the honor of handing over to Minister for Social Services in Sweden, Mrs. Camilla Waltersson Grönvall. The floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Elizabeth. Dear Minister Šulnović, dear Oksana, dear colleagues, dearest children, distinguished guests. At the Council meeting of social ministers in March, I hosted an informal lunch debate on the protection of children in vulnerable situations in times of crisis and conflict in the light of the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. In the discussions, I was struck by the great devotion to and concern for the welfare of Ukrainian children in EU and in Ukraine from my council colleagues and from the Commission. I am therefore glad that we continue the discussions here today and recertify our commitment. To highlight the messages from today's meeting, the Swedish Presidency of the Council of the EU has initiated a ministerial declaration. This is to make sure that we do not lose focus on from this important issue moving forward going. We want to ensure that protection of the rights of Ukrainian children affected by Russia's war of aggression remains a high priority on the EU agenda, and that the support for the long-term reform that contributes to building inclusive, integrated, and resilient child protection systems in Ukraine continues. So we will now proceed with the signing of this pivotal declaration, and it warms my heart to see that the support for it has been so strong. So, first, I will invite Ms. Marilena Evangelou Serdari, Deputy Minister of Social Welfare of Cyprus, to sign the declaration.
May I just interrupt?
Yes.
Could we just have a break of 1 minute so we can move away the chairs and get the flags? Would that be possible, Minister?
Of course, of course.
Yes.
Can I have, please, my colleagues here on the stage? You know who you are? Monica, Signe, please. So here we go again. And I'm very happy to have my distinguished colleagues with me on stage. And first of all, Ms. Marilena Evangelos-Serdari, Deputy Minister of Social Welfare of Cyprus. Please, I invite you to sign the declaration. And first, you have to find your own spot on the paper. Thank you very much, Marlena. And next, I will invite Ms. Signe Riisalu, Minister of Social Protection of Estonia, to sign the declaration. Thank you, dear Signe. And continue. Give the floor to Ms. Evika Silina, Minister for Welfare of Latvia. Thank you, dear Evika. Ms. Monika Navickiene, Minister of Social Security and Labour of Lithuania. Please sign the declaration. Dear Monika, thank you. Ms. Barbara Socha, Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Family and Social Policy of Poland. I thank you very much. Thank you very much, Barbara. I will be the last one to sign the declaration here today. But before I do so, I would like to acknowledge the rest of the member states which have declared their support by signing this declaration before this meeting today. As President of the Council and host of today's high-level meeting, I am honored to say that the declaration has also been supported by Belgium, Denmark, Finland, France, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Croatia, Luxembourg, Malta, the Netherlands, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Portugal, Czechia, Germany, and Austria. It's fantastic. And I have the hopes that we will, in the next coming days, see all member states sharing this declaration. And now, I will have the honor to conclude this session by signing the declaration myself. Yeah. So I think it's a time for photo session. Should we, I think we should be more, maybe in front of the table. Is that better? I'm going to put myself in the middle. I think there are a few photographers left. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
We will have a lunch that I guess you all have been waiting for. And that will be served in the hall outside the meeting room. And we will meet again at 14:30. And enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. See you at 2:30.
I trust you had a good lunch and hopefully a cup of coffee to cheer you up. It is with great pleasure that I would like to invite up on the stage one of our guests of honor for a keynote speech on Ukraine's priorities for the reconstruction and reform of the country's child protection system. Please welcome up on stage Minister of Social Policy in Ukraine, Oksana Sholvonits.
Я промова буде українською, так, щоб в Швеції було більше української. І ми відчули себе ближчими один одному. Тож прошу взяти навушники для того, щоб ми мали можливість порозумітися. Сьогодні я хочу розказати вам про складну реформу, яка була складною всюди. Вона особливо складна для нас в ці часи. Але мені здається, що ніколи немає доброго часу для складних рішень, і тому треба починати вже якнайшвидше, як було правильно сказано попередніми учасниками, співдоповідачами. Перші кроки треба робити негайно. Тож ми, попри військові виклики, попри те, що багато сил витрачаємо на фізичну нашу оборону, все одно думаємо про майбутнє, думаємо про наших дітей і плануємо створити нову систему захисту прав дітей в Україні, щоб кожна дитина, яка народжена в Україні, живе в Україні, мала таку інфраструктуру, де їй забезпечать необхідний фізичний, моральний, духовний, соціальний розвиток і, найважливіше, родину. Те місце, де вона буде почувати себе в безпеці. Загальні цифри показують нам наступне. В Україні 7,3 мільйони дітей взагалі. З них 67 тисяч українців – це діти, які є сиротами. Переважно більшість цих дітей взяли під опіку родичі або прийомні родини. Проте, на жаль, 5,5 тисяч таких дітей все ще залишаються в інтернатах, в інституціях. Крім того, ми говоримо про новий виклик, з яким стикаються наші українські діти. 1,3 мільйона дітей евакуйовані за кордон. І ми говоримо про їх реінтеграцію, ми говоримо про їх підтримку, ми говоримо про захист їхніх прав, в тому числі право на спілкування з сім'єю, частина якої зазвичай залишається в Україні, і те, як ми можемо це забезпечити. 1 мільйон практично є тих дітей, які втратили домівки і перемістилися всередині країни. І їм також потрібна соціалізація. Що би ми хотіли? Наше завдання, щоб кожна дитина, в якій би ситуації вона не опинилася, мала можливість зростати в родині. Рідній або прийомній. І для того, щоб забезпечити можливість зростання в рідній або прийомній родині, ми бачимо дві складові, як цього можна досягнути. Перше – соціальними виплатами, а друге – соціальними послугами, супроводом родин, щоб допомогти на кожному етапі підтримати їх і дати можливість виховувати свою дитину. Які ризики приводять до того, що родини відмовляються від дітей? Що є основним в Україні? На жаль, в багатьох випадках це така спадковість радянська, коли люди вважають проживання дітей в інституціях нормою, коли це не вважається чимось таким, що надзвичайно шкодить дитині. І якщо бідним батькам говорять, що тобі в інтернаті твоїй дитині забезпечать п'ятиразове харчування і повне державне утримання, і їй там буде краще, дуже часто такі батьки згоджуються і віддають дитину на навчання в інституційні заклади, де вона з часом втрачає зв'язок зі своєю родиною, оскільки все одно він не є таким міцним, як був раніше. Також великим ризиком, що зумовлює потрапляння дитини в інституцію, є інвалідність. На жаль, в Україні все ще мало сервісів для родин, де є діти з інвалідністю, для людей з інвалідністю. Так, на жаль, люди з інвалідністю в багатьох випадках були недостатньо видимими в суспільстві. І наші сервіси недостатньо інклюзивні для того, щоб вони могли спокійно працювати, спокійно навчатися, подорожувати чи просто посидіти в кафе. І все це також зумовлює неготовність окремих батьків до виховання дітей з інвалідністю. Ми розклали ті види підтримки, яка потрібна на кожному етапі для того, щоб вберегти дитину в родині. І поставили собі задачі: збільшити кількість скринінгів, щоб по ранньому виявляти, коли може бути ризик, і вже надати допомогу родині. Забезпечити послугу соціального супроводу вже зразу в пологовому будинку, щоб мама, яка народила дитину з порушенням, не залишилася сам на сам. Щоб вона отримала посил і їй сказали: все буде добре, в нас є сервіси, ми тебе підтримуємо. Ми хочемо створити такі центри матері і дитини, які я побачила буквально позавчора в Швеції, і це мене дуже надихнуло, де в такому абсолютно відкритому, нейтральному просторі батьки і матері можуть поспілкуватися один з одним і отримати необхідну підтримку. І це тепер теж буде частиною нашого прагнення. Якщо ми говоримо про раннє дитинство, то це, звісно, і послуга раннього виявлення, і раннього супроводження, якщо є порушення, і додаткові садочки дитячі, щоб батьки мали можливість працювати, а діти мали можливість виховуватися, і няні за муніципальний кошт там, де це потрібно, і паліативна допомога вдома, а не так, щоб дитину забирали в заклад, якщо дитина має такі порушення, які потребують постійного догляду. Все це допоможе батькам впоратися з цією ситуацією, з якою вони стикнуться на тому чи іншому етапі. Молодший шкільний вік передбачає насамперед інклюзивної освіти. Вона в нас все ще фрагментарна, вона не покриває потреб дітей всіх категорій, особливо не покриває потреб дітей з ментальними порушеннями. І дійсно нам над цим потрібно ще працювати. Для нас дуже важливо зайнятість дітей після навчання, щоб дати батькам можливість повноцінно працювати. Тоді ми зменшуємо бідність в родині, і тоді ми зменшуємо ризик потрапляння дітей на повне державне утримання. Ми також потребуємо довезення дітей до шкіл, тому що якісна школа не може бути дуже часто. І є потреба, щоб діти не ночували в цих школах і мали можливість з дистанції повертатись додому, щоб їх довозили. Нам також потрібен психологічний супровід, як в школі, так і на всіх етапах, тому що те, що зараз переживають наші діти, дуже часто є надмірним викликом для їхнього ментального здоров'я. І зрозуміло, коли ми говоримо про старший шкільний вік, то тут важливо соціалізувати тих дітей, які мають девіантну поведінку, і вживати ранніх заходів для їх реінтеграції і реабілітації соціальної. Дуже важливо щодо тих дітей, які вже потрапили в інституцію, забезпечити їх можливість, знову ж таки, повторної соціалізації і проживання в малих будинках в громаді, щоб вони отримали необхідні навички подальшої роботи, самостійного життя, можливості проживати в соціумі. А так само підтримане проживання соціальним працівником для тих людей, дітей, дорослих, які є з ментальними порушеннями, щоб ми не закривали їх в інституціях і щоб, як було тут вже сказано, життя не проходило повз них. Ми склали карту того, які блоки є важливими для забезпечення оцих напрямів. І це, звісно, житло, тому що дуже багато житла сьогодні в нас зруйновано, дуже багато не пристосовано для певних потреб, особливо для людей з інвалідністю. Для багатьох житло є вирішальним, щоб взяти ще одну дитину собі в родину на виховання, тому що у них, наприклад, не може бути таких умов. І якщо їм це забезпечити, то це дозволить одну чи декілька дітей вивезти з сиротинців і помістити в родину. Далі медична підтримка, тому що право на охорону здоров'я, право на здорове зростання є безумовним правом кожної дитини. Освітня інфраструктура, що включає повноцінний доступ до освіти кожної дитини. Цифрові рішення, тому що вони дозволяють трансформувати всі ці системи швидше, точно бачити і моніторити, як надаються ті чи інші послуги, відслідковувати їхню якість і забезпечувати контроль за їх наданням. І, звісно, соціальна підтримка і соціальний супровід, який полягає як в грошових трансфертах, так і в фізичному супроводі соціальним працівником, щоб кожна родина і кожна дитина на кожному етапі свого життя відчували супровід і мали можливість на когось покластися, якщо вони є в кризі. Медична підтримка. Щось ми вже зробили в Україні, не порожнє місце. Ми маємо певні сервіси. Насправді наша медична реформа, електронна система eHealth вже сьогодні дозволяє кожній дитині мати свого сімейного лікаря, моніторити стан здоров'я дитини і мати цифровізовані медичні дані про дитину. Також буквально перед початком повномасштабної війни ми змогли створити декілька неонатальних скринінгових центрів, де діагностуємо ранні проблеми зі здоров'ям дитини, як тільки вона народжена, на широкий спектр різних орфанних захворювань. Раніше в нас такого центру не було, і це дозволяє швидше приступити до лікування і зменшити рівень інвалідності дитини. Також у нас є частково розвинута реабілітація дитяча. У нас є спеціальні пакети медичні, які оплачує держава для кожної дитини для реабілітації, але нам, на жаль, бракує фахівців, які би дуже добре і якісно вміли працювати з дітьми і надавати доказову реабілітацію. І таких мультидисциплінарних команд є поки мало, ми їх тільки створюємо і дуже сподіваємося, що зможемо зробити їх всюди, в кожному закладі охорони здоров'я доступними для кожної дитини. Також нам важливо розвинути систему виходжування передчасно народжених дітей. Нам дуже важливо запровадити патронажну медсестру, тобто ту медсестру, яка буде супроводжувати родину під час народження і зразу після народження до року, до 3, і надавати їм кваліфіковану послугу. І важливо застосовувати пренатальний скринінг, тобто скринінг матерів на раннє виявлення якихось порушень, щоб допомогти їм прийняти правильне рішення і підтримати, якщо вони згодяться народжувати дитину із певними порушеннями. В освітній інфраструктурі ми маємо субвенцію, тобто кошти на забезпечення інклюзивної освіти. Але поки ми ще не до кінця побороли стигму щодо навчання дітей в загальних школах, щодо навчання дітей з інвалідністю і без в одних класах, поки що ми не маємо достатньо навчених вчителів і фахівців, які би могли якісно супроводжувати цей процес. Хоча у нас вже є більше 33 тисяч дітей на інклюзивному навчанні, яким допомагає асистент вчителя в інклюзивному класі. Тобто перші кроки вже зроблено, і зараз нам важливо їх підтримати і масштабувати. У нас є елементи позашкільної освіти, різні гуртки. Щоправда, вони зазвичай платні для батьків, тому нам теж треба подбати, щоб для тих людей, які не можуть платити, для людей в бідності, ми мали можливість допомогти їм із позашкільною освітою. Ми маємо безкоштовну вищу освіту для сиріт, і це наше досягнення, а також інклюзивно-ресурсні центри, які надають підтримку тим дітям, що потребують особливих освітніх послуг. Це нові центри, де діти можуть отримати реабілітацію і пройти скринінг на свої освітні потреби. Зараз в нас таких центрів більше, ніж 300, і ми збільшуємо їхню спроможність таким чином, щоб більшу кількість дітей залучити до інклюзивного навчання. Що нам ще потрібно? Нам потрібно збільшувати кількість груп продовженого дня після навчання, щоб забезпечити батькам можливість працювати. Нам потрібно більше асистентів дитини в школі. Нам, звісно, потрібно більше автобусів для довезення, окремо, можливо, харчування для дітей, для тих родин, для яких це дуже важливо і для яких це є визначальним, коли вони згоджуються на поміщення дитини в школу-інтернат. І, звісно, нам потрібно забезпечити максимальну інклюзію для всіх видів і типів інвалідності. Так, що нам потрібно в цифрових рішеннях? Ми вже в системі Дія зараз. Ми вже в системі Дія, я не знаю, воно трохи перескочило, але окей. Ми вже в системі Дія запровадили механізм електронного супроводу тих батьків, які хотіли... Не йде назад, я зараз просто хочу все вперед. Не йде. Юля, спробуйте переключити, не йде. Поки вирішують з технічними проблемами, я думаю, поговоримо таким чином. Ми дуже багато робимо для того, щоб цифровізувати наші послуги для батьків. У нас вже практично всі допомоги грошові, які надаються, по суті, надаються з допомогою цифрових інструментів. Тобто ми точно верифікуємо кількість отримувачів таких послуг, ми центрально адмініструємо їм грошові допомоги і практично вже готові повністю формувати для них можливість отримувати таку допомогу проактивно, збираючи замість них всі документи для того, щоб вони не ускладнювали собі життя папірцями, а змогли тільки за одним зверненням отримувати ту чи іншу допомогу. І вже цифровізовано практично усі допомоги для дітей з інвалідністю, для одиноких матерів, для тих батьків, у яких діти є з важкими ускладненнями, і для тих батьків, що виховують дітей під опікою. Також ми спрощуємо наші цифрові інструменти, які будуть супроводжувати усиновлення і процес для пошуку дітей та знайомства тим батькам, що хочуть взяти дитину під опіку в прийомну родину. І це також дозволяє прискорити цей процес. Але для нас дуже важливо ще запровадити цифрові інструменти AFC, щоб ми могли робити правильну оцінку потреб дитини і належним чином супроводжувати її під час соціальних послуг. І для того ми робимо електронний кейс-менеджмент. Нам потрібні нові реєстри для дітей, що є в кризі і мають статус дитини-сироти, для того, щоб ми могли надавати їм вчасно допомогу і розуміти, що з ними відбувається. І нам обов'язково потрібна цифровізація моніторингу всіх послуг для того, щоб ми відслідковували і якість, і обсяг їх надання. Соціальна підтримка. Що вже працює? У нас є окрема програма на соціальну реабілітацію, де батькам надаються цільові кошти, і вони самі можуть обрати реабілітаційний заклад, в якому оздоровлювати і лікувати дитину. Але дуже важливо ще в цьому питанні також попрацювати із протоколами. Нам бракує доказових протоколів, щоб всі реабілітаційні центри працювали за єдиною системою і використовували тільки найкращі практики. Також у нас є виплати по інвалідності і багато різних виплат для дітей фінансових. Єдина проблема, що в багатьох випадках ці виплати є недостатньо великими, і вони не зовсім покривають всі потреби родини. Тож нам ще потрібно більше попрацювати щодо адресності таких виплат. І ще ми би дуже хотіли зараз, ми запроваджуємо свою універсальну виплату, щоб поруч з цією виплатою ми виставляли критерії, за якими ми батькам виплачуємо ті чи інші гроші. Наприклад, обов'язкове навчання дитини, обов'язкове відвідування педіатра, обов'язкова вакцинація і інші дії, щоб стимулювали батьків до правильної соціальної поведінки. Що нам потрібно? Нам потрібно спростити і більш прозоро зробити процедури усиновлення і влаштування дітей в сім'ї, тому що нам потрібно багато таких сімей. Нам обов'язково потрібно збільшити кількість соціальних послуг в громаді, тому що вони в нас розвинуті фрагментарно і практично мало громад повноцінно забезпечують соціальний супровід для родин. А також нам потрібні єдині стандарти для такого супроводу, щоб кожна дитина отримувала одинаковий рівень підтримки, і ми мали можливість це контролювати. Нам обов'язково потрібна соціально-психологічна підтримка, тому що зараз це для нас пріоритетний вид допомоги, і ми вже в цьому напрямі працюємо. Ми створюємо центри життєстійкості за ізраїльською моделлю. І хочу вам сказати, що тільки тиждень тому ми розмістили відповідне оголошення для того, щоб громади могли звертатися і подавати свої заявки на розміщення в них таких центрів, і вже отримали більше 150 заявок від громад, хоча попередньо планували 25 таких закладів, як пілот. Тобто ми вже маємо перевищення попиту в декілька разів. Це означає, що це величезна затребувана послуга, і нам дійсно треба пріоритизувати її надання. Нам також потрібні транспортні послуги для дітей з інвалідністю, щоб зробити їхній простір і життя більш інклюзивними. І це те, над чим ми ще плануємо працювати. І тепер виключно про дітей, що є в ризику бути без батьків, тобто вони вже втратили контакти з своїми батьками, проживають в інституціях, хоча батьки ще формально не позбавлені своїх батьківських прав, або такі, які вже є дітьми-сиротами. І таких дітей у нас сьогодні є більше, ніж 8 тисяч. І ми точно розуміємо, що це ті діти, з якими треба першочергово працювати для того, щоб влаштувати їх в прийомні родини. І враховуючи те, що вікова категорія таких дітей – це діти старше 10 років, ми розуміємо, що, скоріш за все, вони не будуть усиновлені, а це буде прийомна родина, яку ми повинні підтримати і якій надати житло, бо додаткові фінансові виплати на догляд ми вже здійснюємо, і вони досить непогані. Це приблизно $300 на одну дитину за догляд батькам, що здійснюють такий догляд і опіку. Разом з тим нам потрібно 2000 будинків, які допоможуть першочергово вирішити проблему саме цих конкретних дітей, що вже сьогодні опинилися в кризі. Тому що частина майна, частина будинків, в яких жили прийомні родини, знищена, зруйнована, і ми не маємо можливість розміщувати цих людей в комфортних для них нормальних умовах житла. Також нам потрібно квартири для тимчасового проживання. Ми сьогодні вилучаємо наших дітей, які опинилися в ризику насильства чи в ризику недогляду, і оце вилучення зазвичай відбувається в заклад, що не є зовсім добрим для тої дитини, яка і так переживає шок і потерпіла насильство чи якісь інші обставини. Вона стикається ще з одним шоком незрозумілого для себе приміщення, великої кількості інших травмованих дітей, і це не сприяє їхній соціалізації. У нас в Україні вже є 300 родин, які спеціально навчені для тимчасового перебування там дітей і їх реабілітації. Але нам потрібно ще 1100 таких родин, тому що загалом є 1500 громад, і на кожну громаду має бути хоча б одна така родина. І коли ми почали аналізувати причини, чому родини, які би могли взяти дитину тимчасово, тобто могли би стати такою тимчасовою прийомною родиною, не роблять цього, одне з проблем чи одне з причин – недостатні житлові умови, де би вони могли розміщувати тих дітей, яких вилучаємо. Тож для нас дуже важливо мати ще 1100, і це вже невеликих будиночків, а принаймні середнього рівня апартаментів, квартир, де би була окрема кімната для дитини, яку вилучаємо. І це теж наш план. Що ми ще зробили? Як вже було озвучено і пані Урсулою фон дер Ляйн, і Дубравкою Шоїцею, Україна створила Офіс реформ за підтримки Європейського Союзу. Він створений при Кабінеті міністрів України. Я вже минулого тижня призначила керівника цього офісу, і ми здійснюємо разом з ЮНІСЕФом добір фахівців, добір професіоналів. Дуже розраховуємо, що частина цих фахівців буде саме з міжнародного сектору, тобто це будуть міжнародного рівня фахівці, які мають досвід реформ в різних країнах, для того, щоб ми комплексно, системно допрацювали ще всі ці напрями, які були озвучені, і доповнили їх більш чіткими конкретними кроками. Завдання цього офісу – поєднувати дітей та родин, узагальнити весь досвід і запропонувати найкращі рішення і практики, і розробити програми превенції для вилучення дітей. Тому що в нас вже була спроба деінституалізації, і вона не вдалась через одне. Ми фокусували свою увагу на тих дітей, які вже були сиротами і шукали для них прийомні родини, але зовсім нічого не робили для тих родин, які були в кризі, і тому нові діти потрапляли в інституції, бо ми не працювали з родинами. Відповідно, сьогодні ми хочемо змістити фокус на роботу з родинами і їх всебічну підтримку таким чином, щоб припинити потрапляння дітей в інституції, а не тільки виводити вже тих, що туди потрапили. І це також є наше завдання. Власне, це коротко про нашу стратегію і нашу реформу. Я закликаю усіх, хто сьогодні тут є в залі, і має якісь кращі практики, має ідеї, як би можна було нам вдосконалити наші напрямки чи нашу роботу, знає точно, що варто ще впровадити чи зробити для того, щоб ця реформа була швидкою і легшою, долучатись до нашої великої команди. Якщо у вас ще немає нашого контакту, то вон там сидить моя команда, і вони готові відповідати на всі запити. Тому дуже запрошую. І сподіваюся, що всі ми спільно зможемо подолати ті величезні виклики, які стоять перед Україною. Всі ми спільно зможемо показати приклад унікальної консолідації зусиль, і що кожен з нас зможе допомогти Україні зробити дитинство наших дітей щасливим, впевненим, безпечним і в родині. Дякую.
Thank you, Minister, for a most inspiring speech and for showing all the ambitions of Ukraine for the future. And I think that really kicks off very well for our last panel on building inclusive, integrated and resilient child protection systems as part of the reconstruction of Ukraine. And bearing in mind the Minister's speech, it's now time for a discussion on how the EU can support a long-term reconstruction of Ukraine in terms of building inclusive, integrated and resilient child protection systems. And without further ado, I'd like to invite our speakers. First of all, and we are very happy that you are here, the representative of the Commissioner of Human Rights of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Olga Antonina. And Olga will speak in Ukrainian, so please put on the headsets when Olga is talking. I also invite the Director General of Democracy and Human Dignity of Council of Europe, Maja Ruotanen, and the head of Unit of EU Fundamental Rights Agency, Shoban McInerney-Langford, and the coordinator for the rights of the child at the Commission's Director General of Justice and Consumers, Marie-Cécile Royon. Will you please come up? Warmly welcome. And we will start with, again, a film from a child of Ukraine, framing the panel and giving us advice on what to discuss. Can you please put on the film?
Сподіваюся, що це буде така діяльність, щоб розбудовувати Україну, якось допомагати, можливо, фінансово, коли я вже почну якось заробляти, чи, можливо, просто як на волонтерських. Я думаю, що найважливіша проблема – це буде психологічна підтримка і дітей, і молоді, і треба буде добре проконтролювати, бо маленькі діти, вони дуже чутливі до таких речей, як війна, і просто коли вона закінчиться, це не значить, що всі проблеми просто пропадуть. Молодь – це, в принципі, майбутнє країни, тому що у них, як би там не здавалось, можливо, іноді дорослим, але у дітей найбільш креативні ідеї, у них свіжий погляд на речі, вони краще розуміють, чого бракує цьому суспільству місцями. Вони, якби дорослі, вони, так сказати, вони давно варяться вже в цьому суспільстві, вони не бачать деяких речей, яких бачать діти, навіть молодші за мене. Ось. І тому, коли настане їх черга розвивати країну, розбудовувати її, то вони будуть застосовувати якісь свої вже інші методи, ніж там старше покоління. Вони бачать, чого їм не вистачає можливо, у тому, як дорослі для них влаштовують там навчання і так далі. Діти, в принципі, вони завжди дуже вмотивовані щось робити, бо вони ще не зіштовхнулись з деякими там проблемами, які наступають далі. Вони готові щось робити, у них завжди є якісь мрії. Можна у будь-якої дитини спитати, у них великі амбіції. Я вважаю просто, що відновлення країни – це і шанс зробити все краще, ніж воно було до неї. Не обов'язково повертати все на свої місця. Можна просто діти знову ж вони бачать, що можна покращити. І я рада, що зараз існує дуже багато проєктів і можливостей для молоді, але я б хотіла, щоб після війни їх ставало ще більше. І дітям зараз І після війни, я сподіваюся, що їм дадуть ще більший шанс приймати участь в реконструкції, коли не треба буде думати про всі проблеми, що відбуваються саме там на фронті і саме військові події. Я вважаю, що достатньо роблять всякі благодійні організації, але саме в школах я вважаю, що не вистачає інвестицій у освіту дітей. Наприклад, я би дуже хотіла, щоб старшокласники мали змогу працювати за ноутбуками в школах. Це була б дуже класна інвестиція в майбутнє, бо на даний момент учні не мають можливості підготуватись до екзаменів із-за того, що всі зошити, в яких вони пишуть, вони викидаються, вони не можуть продивитись ці конспекти. І не тільки ноутбуки, наприклад, є дуже багато інших речей, яких просто бракує для комфортної обстановки в навчанні і для менших дітей, і для старшокласників, в принципі, для всіх віків.
Thank you, Daria. And now we have great inspiration both of the minister's speech and from Daria. And I would like to start with you, Olga Altonina. What efforts does the Ombudsman for Ukraine make to protect children's rights in Ukraine? And what is the role, actually, of the Ombudsman in monitoring the observance of children's rights? And what's the interaction with your government? And what kind of support do you expect from us in the global community? Olga, the floor is yours.
Дякую за питання. Їх дуже багато, і на них я можу довго відповідати, але я знаю, що в мене таймінг. Хочу сказати, що та дівчинка, яка тільки що ролик, з якого ми бачили, я пишаюсь такими дітьми, їх дуже багато в Україні. Тому через таких дітей ми тут. Бо ми піклуємось про них, бо в нас болить про кожного з них. Я хочу вам сьогодні сказати страшні цифри. Я хочу, щоб ви їх запам'ятали, і кожен з вас подумав, співставив їх з чисельністю дітей в ваших країнах. Сьогодні Україна вбила 484 дитини. Це з моменту повномасштабного вторгнення. Але війна триває вже 9 років. І за цей час ми втратили 636 дітей. 984 дитини Росія поранила. Наше Міністерство охорони здоров'я зафіксувало 29 випадків, коли дітям ампутували верхні чи нижні кінцівки. Я також хочу сказати не тільки про дітей, а про те, що вони втратили як діти, які мали би ходити в школи. Сьогодні зруйновано 290 шкіл, які взагалі не підлягають будь-якому відновленню. 3258 об'єктів зруйнованих, шкільних об'єктів. Теж стосується лікарень. 1200 лікарень на сьогоднішній день зруйновано на тих територіях, де ведуться активні бойові дії. І ми ще не дійшли до тих територій, які ми маємо намір в найближчим часом звільнити. 20% території України окуповані. І коли ми звільнимо ту територію, ми побачимо страшні наслідки. Ці цифри, які я назвала, вони будуть збільшені в декілька разів. І ми це розуміємо. Якщо говорити про житло, то 150 тисяч будинків і квартир зруйновано. Якщо в кожній будинку жило 3 людини. Уявіть, скільки людей в нас залишилося без даху над головою. Але все це не означає, що ми зупинимося на шляху реформ. І ті, про які говорила пані Жолнович, і будь-яких інших. Сьогодні я про них коротко скажу. Що стосується Офісу омбудсмена, це дуже потужна інституція, яка незалежна від парламенту, від центральних органів виконавчої влади, навіть від президента. Це інституція, яка опікується правами і дорослих, і дітей. І наші повноваження сьогодні, вони дуже розширені через те, що в нас війна, йде війна. Чим же займається уповноважений? Сьогодні він збирає інформацію про факти порушення прав дітей під час війни. 360 випадків таких ми задокументували і передали Генеральній прокуратурі. Наші експерти постійно приймають участь в розробці нормативно-правових актів, які б стосувалися захисту прав дітей. Наприклад, приведу приклад. Можливо, ви чули цей приклад. Це дівчинка 6-річна з міста Авдіївка Донецької області, яка через серцевий напад під час обстрілу вмерла. Це територія, де ведуться активні бойові дії. Чому вона померла? Бо батьки відмовились виїжджати. І країні доводиться приймати непопулярні рішення, примусово евакуйовувати дітей. Бо ми маємо піклуватися за них, якщо батьки в стані стресу не можуть ухвалити такі відповідальні рішення. Саме розробкою таких нормативних документів займається Офіс омбудсмена. Ну і низку інших документів. Ми ініціювали розроблення механізму взаємодії між державними органами, органами місцевого самоврядування, муніципалітетами щодо роботи з дітьми, які повернулись з депортації. Ми забезпечуємо відновлення прав батьків та опікунів, у яких забрали дитину з-за кордонів. Бо деякі країни, законодавство в деяких країнах суттєво відрізняється від українського. І ми розуміємо, що мами, які виїхали з дітьми за кордон, мають працювати, аби було чим годувати дитину. І вони залишають дітей вдома. І в деяких країнах відразу відбувається вилучення дітей і призначення опікуна місцевого. Тут ми стоїмо на захист наших дітей і через посольство працюємо в судовому порядку, повертаємо, відновлюємо права таких батьків. Але саме те питання, яким найбільше займається уповноважений Верховної Ради з прав людини, це повернення з депортації або повернення з переміщення вглиб окупованої території. Тобто росіяни декілька способів мають, яким чином забрати наших дітей. Перший спосіб – це на початку повномасштабного вторгнення ми не змогли швидко відреагувати, і вони забрали всі наші заклади спеціалізовані і вивезли їх вглиб окупованої території. Інший спосіб – ви знаєте, що родини хочуть з окупованої території повернутися на українську територію. Батьки беруть своїх дітей, доїжджають до цієї лінії, яка обмежена пунктом пропускним. Російська Федерація влаштовує там фільтраційний табір, перевіряє телефони, лептопи батьків. І якщо їм щось не подобається, наприклад, родині хтось був військовий, або родина донатила на підтримку військових, або колись там був поліцейський в родині, або якісь їх не влаштували переписки, то вони повертають батьків на окуповану територію, де дітей забирають. І потім у батьків немає з ними зв'язку. Якщо на окупованій території загинули батьки і дитина без догляду, вони також забирають таку дитину. Найбільша кількість дітей вони забирають під приводом оздоровлення. На тимчасово окупованих територіях вони кажуть батькам, будь ласка, давайте дітей, тут небезпека, ми відвеземо їх на море, вони оздоровляться і ми повернемо їх назад. Таких дітей не повертають, як правило. Деякі діти, в яких залишились телефони, вони можуть зателефонувати батькам і сказати, я тут, будь ласка, заберіть мене. І тоді Україна вживає заходів, аби повернути таку дитину, але це дуже складно. І все це діє механізм ad-hoc. В кожному конкретному випадку це іноді перетворюється навіть на військову міні-операцію, аби повернути таку дитину. Іноді ми виготовляємо паспорти батькам. Час. в мене залишилось дуже мало часу. Тоді я відразу перейду до того розділу, де я звернусь до спільноти і скажу, чого нам не вистачає, чого б ми хотіли би попросити у вас, аби наші зусилля по поверненню до дітей приносили результат. Зважаючи, що ці повернення дітей, вони носять такий індивідуальний характер, то для того, щоб був випрацьований механізм, нам потрібна ваша підтримка, аби посилити нас в цьому. І водночас залишається актуальною проблема розбудови національного механізму підтримки дітей, які повернуті з депортації або з того викрадення, скажімо так. Це йде про фінансову підтримку родинам, і про гуманітарну допомогу, і про соціально-психологічну підтримку, і медичну реабілітацію. Крім того, сьогодні потрібна... Все, я в мінусі. На жаль, не можу розказати вам все, що болить, і те, на що ми готові піти, але ми вдячні, що такі заходи проводяться. Дякуємо вам особисто за те, що запросили, за те, що порушуєте тут права, питання захисту прав дітей. Дуже вдячні вам за це.
We are very also from the European Ombudsman very proud that you are such an active member of ENOC and of our work, and we will continue the dialogue on what else we can do to support you. Thank you so much. I'd now turn to Maria Ruotanen. You are the Director General for Democracy and Human Dignity at the Council of Europe. The Council of Europe has taken several steps in the past year to support Ukraine and to coordinate responses from your member states. What would you say is needed to improve the situation for Ukrainian children in Europe today and to support Ukrainian child protection systems in the future? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I take 30 seconds of my 7 minutes to really congratulate the Swedish EU presidency, because I think they have really managed well to bring together the key stakeholders in this event and also the way in which they have involved the children. So I think this is really something that I certainly want to copy in the future also in a way that we will be doing at the Council of Europe. I think first of all we have to underline that the Russian armed aggression is not only testing the resilience of the Ukrainian people, we have seen it throughout this day, but also it's testing the effectiveness and resilience of all of us. We heard most of the panels were telling the challenges that they are facing in seeing how will they support Ukraine and those children that have had to leave the country. Of course, the Ukrainians have proven their strength. European states are extending their hand in hand, and many, I think all of us, we are really mobilized to constantly meet the evolving challenges and the needs and try to see where we can really do the most needed actions. The Council of Europe, which is of course not the European Union, but it's another organization that has 46 member states, including Ukraine as a member. It has over the last years, already actually even before the war broke out, has been supporting the Ukrainian children in different ways and the authorities in building their structures to support children, and especially now, most recently, in documenting the violation of children's rights and supporting the professionals from state institutions and civil society organizations who are working with children that are affected with the distress and trauma that this is bringing them to. But today maybe I will just focus on two specific situations where I feel at the Council of Europe, especially we feel that we really need to coordinate. First of all, the situation of those children who are being cared for in the Council of Europe member states. How can we try to effectively share information as regards these children? And I think the minister made a very clear plea just in a speech before we started this panel. And how can we ensure that their repatriation back home is being in a safely way and most respecting all the international standards, and also to see how the Ukrainian child protection alternative care system that is now being reformed, how can we support in this particular task. So the first one, the situation of children that are in the neighboring countries of the Council of Europe member states, I think there we have really noticed that there is a struggle to try to see how to access timely and reliable information. I heard over the lunch that the information is coming, but often it's very, very late. It takes too long time. So how can we, and we can understand how it's difficult to navigate through this really huge amount of information. So we have to see how we can really support in this particular aspect. And we have to listen to the Ukrainians, what are the needs that they are facing, and how can we then make sure, while we are responding to these needs, that we are respecting all the international, including the Council of Europe standards and conventions, and also, of course, the domestic legislations of those countries that are hosting them. This is not easy, this is sure, but I think together we can certainly make it. And then how can we support the Ukrainian child protection system reform? I think this is something that is really at the heart of the work of the Council of Europe, and it is important, we think, that the coordination and the working together with the main actors, whether they are the education, health, welfare, justice, civil society, or family, they have to work in concert to support the prevention and response to protection-related risks, including violence against children and also the reporting that will follow up. So that means that the interagency and multidisciplinary coordination is key to catering to diverse needs of the diverse groups of children. So of course the reforming of the national child protection and alternative care system is a challenge to any country, but especially a country that is in the middle of war, protecting its borders and its people. Of course, we are very proud to see how things are developing, especially also in the European Commission, and how the key actors are really supporting the Ukraine in such a reform, and this is very welcomed by everybody. But here I would maybe like to say that at the Council of Europe, we very recently had a summit of the heads of states and government in Reykjavik only 2 weeks ago. And they have here made a very special plea to heads of states that the Council of Europe also puts a lot of accent on supporting the Ukrainian children. And there I think we have quite a lot to offer in terms of expertise at the Council of Europe, but also what we can offer is a group where we can really facilitate the exchange of information, knowledge, amongst all those members that are part of this group. And that's why we are now setting up a contact group at the Council of Europe that will especially try to do this, allow for exchange of information on legal and policy frameworks, what is the situation, status, and the needs of the children from Ukraine residing in the Council of Europe member states. And also, of course, if this is what the Ukrainians would like to see also as a priority, would like to support them in the reform of the Ukrainian child protection and care system, and of course also to try to support in coordinating the measures to make sure that they are in the best interest of the children. So once we have been able to also identify what are the key needs, we will start this process, and I know that it will be happening very, very soon. So instead of, in addition to mobilizing expertise, I think there will be also peer support that we can support through the Council of Member States, and make sure indeed that they are compliant with the Council of Europe standards as well as the other international standards. So we are very sure that this contact group will bring results, able to have more synergies between the different actors, and of course hopefully be able to soon, not in too distant future, also to support the return of the Ukrainian children back to their country and families in as safe as possible manner.
Thank you so much, Maria, and for that encouragement, and also showing the different roles that the Council of Europe can play, both now but also in the future building up of Ukraine. Thank you very much. Sjöven, you are leading the Fundamental Rights Agency work on equality, Roma and social rights. And you're organization is contributing a lot to the development of child protection systems in Europe. For instance, by providing data on important aspects of system building, such as development of policy framework and capacities for service provision. Now, based on the Commission's and FRA's work on integrated child protection systems, what would you say are the most important points to consider when rebuilding such a system in Ukraine? Floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And thanks also to the Swedish Presidency for this impressive event. I'm honored to be part of it. So my presentation will address exactly the points that you've put to me. The purpose will be to provide an update on the work of the FRA, the Fundamental Rights Agency, with respect to child protection systems. I'll speak briefly about other projects concerning Ukraine, but the focus will be on the research that we have underway on child protection systems, both across the EU and as they may affect Ukrainian children. There therefore be two strands in what I share today. First, as I said, the FRA work on child protection of general interest, including as it may be of interest to Ukrainian authorities, and then also what FRA has learned about EU fundamental rights protection of children through the specific experience of triggering the Temporary Protection Directive for the children of Ukraine. In terms of current work, FRA is mapping child protection systems in all EU member states to provide the Commission in its efforts to launch an initiative towards integrated child protection systems that I believe Marie-Cécile will speak to in a moment. Here as elsewhere, FRA's work aims to connect the analytical work and research underpinning EU fundamental rights obligations with data. This initiative and FRA preliminary findings inform relevant requirements for the well-functioning child protection systems, also applicable and transferable, we hope, to other countries such as Ukraine. This is an update of an exercise undertaken first in 2015, but it does contain some new elements based on experience in the intervening years. The new elements are the importance of child participation that I think were very evident throughout today's events, the role of education and training, and greater emphasis on alternative care. In terms of the legal basis of FRA's work, noting, of course, the limitations of EU competence with respect to social policy, we start with, of course, the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Article 24, which protects the rights of the child. The Convention on the Rights of the Child, to which all member states and Ukraine are party, as well as the Hague Convention, with the same reflection applying, and then the relevant directives, including the Temporary Protection Directive. We note, of course, that there's an element of convergence between these certain provisions of these sources of law. Example would be that the Temporary Protection Directive makes a specific note of respecting the best interests of the child. So let me leave you with three preliminary reflections. I'd like to underscore the fact that the research is very much in its early stages, so these are preliminary reflections. First, with respect to integration, an integrated child protection system is essential, particularly where a multi-agency approach exists. So that would be integration within a member state's legal and regulatory framework. Then coordination, so this relates to coordination between member states. This is especially important where there are cross-border dimensions, as there are in the case of Ukrainian children. A third reflection, and I think, Mario, you raised it, which is around policy coherence. There are a number of sources of law relevant and applicable to the case of Ukrainian children. All of the member states have obligations under public international law, under EU law. They also have domestic legal provisions on child protection. So in a broader sense, we have to make sure that these work together. I think that the Secretary General's Special Representative made a similar remark this morning about the potential risks of duplication of standards and protocols. In terms of the minimum elements of a functioning and effective integrated child protection system, the FRA research so far raises the following four minimum elements. First, the existence of a robust legal and policy framework at the member state level. Second, an action plan to give effect to legal obligations to implement the law. Third is an assigned child protection coordinator to oversee and coordinate national efforts. And fourth are protocols for interagency cooperation. In addition to those 4 essential elements, we've identified 3 other important elements. These are obvious: resources, which come from either member state budgets or from the EU, the importance of monitoring and follow-up with evaluation, and of training. The picture overall, as we're finding it in terms of member state systems across the EU, is an uneven one in the sense that it reveals a patchwork of approaches, with some member states being internally fragmented as well. That means that there's also insufficient integration within member states and insufficient coordination across member states, which has potential implication for effective child protection, as the case of the Ukrainian children has shown. The plight of Ukrainian children is particularly serious and acute, but what we're learning from analysing EU member state efforts upon triggering the TPD has highlighted some of the challenges that the member states themselves face in general. And I think, again, the Secretary-General's special representative made that remark this morning, that our countries are not perfect, and this experience has highlighted some of the limitations and challenges. So to sum up, the challenges, some examples of the challenges of the triggering of the TPD have highlighted are the lack of an integrated protection system within a number of member states, insufficient coordination between member states. That's not to say that there isn't some, but there's certainly room for improvement. And then finally, I need to reflect further on the interplay of various sources of law, which I mentioned earlier, particularly those involving that might apply in situations involving children crossing borders where there may be potential gaps. The sources of law are, of course, international human rights law, EU fundamental rights law, international humanitarian law, as we heard this morning, and critically, of course, the laws of the individual member states. I'd like to finish with just noting that in addition to the project on child protection in general, we have, of course, completed 2 projects on Ukraine, one in 2022, a survey on the experience of persons fleeing Ukraine, and also a research exercise on local efforts to support people fleeing the war in Ukraine. And then finally, we will publish the 3rd bulletin on Ukraine at the end of this year, we hope in the autumn, and it's devoted to a mapping of child protection systems specifically for Ukrainian children in the EU. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being so explicit also of the different elements that are needed, both in Ukraine and in the member countries, to get a solid child protection system. Thank you very much. Marie-Cécile, we know that there are several ongoing EU initiatives under the EU strategy on the rights of the child, not least the one on integrated child protection systems. Could you please describe to us how this work could potentially serve as a blueprint when rebuilding child protection systems in Ukraine? And could you share some of your thoughts on the importance of child participation in this process?
Thank you very much. And I would quote a child that we all heard, those that were present yesterday, that said that now people worry about me. And it was extremely powerful, and it also resonates with what we heard from the child before, say we have great ambition. And I think that it's also really important to keep that in mind, that all what we are talking about is really for you now, and also for you in the future, and for the future of Ukraine. And indeed, I would also be, the EU is really thankful for the Ukrainian commitment to address all the huge challenges that were presented, and with concrete reforms on the way, for which there are really concrete steps. Thank you, and thanks to the Swedish Presidency to also bringing this very high on the agenda, with high participation, and with a continuous commitment that was signed with this declaration, which is also a very important way forward. Now, as regards the responses, it was said that indeed there are a set of urgent responses that were put on the table. I would not repeat all what the Vice President Šuica mentioned this morning, but obviously the support to the investigation of the International Criminal Court, with strengthening Eurojust, for instance, with the joint investigation team with member states is very important. Also the work that is done on return, that is also very sensitive and for which there is also direct involvement at the highest level of the Commission. Obviously, all the financial support, the 70 billion, and the specific work also on child protection, with also some concrete examples of the 192 school buses, of the school books, of the support to the medical systems, of the infrastructure of schools, of the online schooling. All of this is really part of the picture, but it also points at the reform of the system and notably the support to transition from children that are also leaving the foster care. So there is 2.9 billion on that. Then it indeed resonates with our policies. And also, that's also the support that we can provide. That is not something built from a blueprint. It's something built on what is also done in Ukraine for years, the efforts, and also what we have been putting on the table. And notably, indeed, the EU strategy on the right of the child that put a set of 50 concrete measures, and notably on child protection. And I will also mention that it's a commitment also from the Member States, and the Council of the EU had conclusions saying that indeed having such integrated system is really essential. What does it mean? Because it's also at the heart of the discussion. First, it's to center it on children, on their needs, and for any child, with a specific focus on children that have specific vulnerabilities. So for this, it's really important to know what you think. So it comes also to the child participation, and we are launching a child participation platform. And the first subject that we will put on the table with concrete questions is about child protection in general, because we really want to build from that. Then, indeed, the second layer is really to look at the situation in member states, and we're extremely thankful to the Fundamental Rights Agency to conduct this research, because all builds on different histories, different cultures in member states, different systems, and it's really important to build on the existing. And that's also very important to keep in mind when talking about the reform in Ukraine, and notably the decentralization, that everyone should be on board, but an integration, or at least not an integration, but cooperation between the different levels, that people are really talking to each other vertically and also across the different ministries. So that's also a very important element of what we will put on the table. Then coordination mechanisms. We can certainly also learn from each other. There are some laws that have been implemented in one country or the other. There are some mechanisms that could be inspirational. There are also, for instance, examples of protocols, examples of way of safeguards the right of children, of getting them heard, of having better trained professionals at all levels for all that are in contact. Also some mechanisms of cooperation between the health sector, between the justice sector. That's also very important. We have the Barnhouse system. So that's a model basically of having the testimony of a child once. So that's a good example. We have also the possibility to use what we have as a EU acquis, so which means what are the rules, what are the policies, what are the strategies that are existing. And there are a lot of different legal frameworks, from the protection of victims until protection of children victims of trafficking, to the temporary protection directive, with a focus on specific situation. What is really important is to get people to talk to each other and to make sure that the protection that is allocated to certain children would also be similar for others that might be in different situations. And obviously, I mean, the financial dimension, the investment is also a crucial dimension, because indeed it has to be seen as an investment in now in the children and also in their future. So to conclude, I would also say that what is obviously essential is to build on all the good willingness and all efforts of everyone around the table. And there is an alignment also of the views at UN level from the special representative that we heard, from the UN agencies, UNICEF, and the different settings at EU level, at European level, with the Council of Europe and all of the good cooperation that's also taking shape and very addressing concretely what are the needs, what are the information that are missing. Also going towards the EU and the member states, because we really see that in a lot of member states there is this willingness of making better systems where the system is adapting to the children and not children to the system. So thank you very much, and very happy to respond to questions.
Thank you so much, Marie-Cécile, and enlightening us on what the EU can do. The reason I'm making sure that nobody speaks longer than the 7 minutes is we talk about child participation, and we really need to listen to our child correspondents. So I would like to invite Arsenty now.
Hello, my name is Arsenty. I am from Ukraine. My question, children and young people can see things different than adults. How children and youth be involved in the reconstruction of Ukraine?
Thank you very much, Arsenty. And Maria, would you like to answer that question?
Sure. I think we heard already quite a lot of child participation and how we go forward just now. And of course, for the Council of Europe, the starting point is the UN Convention on Rights of the Child, where we have to, children have to be involved in all the matters that concern them. And I want to underline that we always see that it's not because of the future, but because of now. We need to listen to children now, what matters them the most. So of course, at the Council of Europe, this is one of the priorities, the child participation. We are trying to see with all our member states what are the let's say the good examples that we could follow, and then propose guidelines how to go about it. Our next step, actually, what we are doing, we are putting online platform where all these good experience and examples can be put forward. But now when it comes especially to the situation of the Ukrainian children, what we have heard from them and what we are now actually doing is that we are most and foremost putting accent on providing support on sort of psychological support to those who have been victims of trauma, conflict, to see really how we can get them in a most efficient way over this trauma. And of course, this is something that we have heard as one of the priority from children, what they would like to see. But we will keep on listening to them, and of course, I think, everything we will be doing in Ukraine in our work will be, of course, we are listening to your views.
Thank you so much, Maria. And our last intervention, but not the least, from our child correspondents. Maria, the floor is yours.
My name is Maria, and my question is, what kind of support could be expected that children will need when returning to Ukraine?
Thanks for a very important question, Maria. And Shoban, would you like to answer that question briefly?
Sure. I mean, in our initial research, it seemed to us that there would be the need for a whole host of types of support. So what has been mentioned already about psychosocial support, ensuring education that's appropriate, that's adequate, and that's up to par. We also I think it was highlighted this morning that there would be a need not just to think about the children, which is the primary focus, but also the people around the children who provide the critical support, the sort of family ecosystem, the school ecosystem. So we're seeing, I think, probably many levels of support, primarily to the children and focused to the children, but also to the other actors that are key to the full, flourishing well-being of children throughout their childhood and into adulthood. I hope that gives you some ideas.
Was that a good answer, Maria? Good.
No pressure.
So let's give a big hand to
our excellent panel and to the Child correspondents. And as we are now getting close to the end of this important meeting, I mean, we have listened to so many very competent and very interesting speakers. And I must say it's been a pleasure to listen to you all, and very special thanks to our Child correspondents. Your contributions, your ideas, all the work you did before the meeting has been so important here today. Thanks so much for sharing your knowledge, your perspectives, and your views on the future of Ukraine. To summarize the day and reflect on the work forward, I welcome up on stage Minister of Social Policy in Ukraine, Oksana Sholnovich. The floor is yours.
Хочу на завершення поділитися декількома рефлексіями. І, напевно, тими емоціями, які мене переповнюють. Тому що сьогодні я відчула величезну концентрацію змісту практичних кроків, дієвих рішень, правильних посилів, ефективної підтримки. І це прозвучало не тільки зі сцени, з доповідей. Це було частиною всієї атмосфери. Розмов в залі, нетворкінгу, різних інших активностей. І насправді, коли ти в себе вдома і кожен день проникаєш в рутину щоденних процесів, ти не завжди усвідомлюєш, хто в тебе збоку, справа, зліва, на кого ти можеш покластися, хто ще є рукою допомоги і підтримки. Тому що, вроді би, все потрібно робити самому. Але сьогодні я дякую кожному, хто тут в цьому залі. Ви переосмислили для мене цей процес. Я зрозуміла, що є куди подивитися і є в кого запросити допомоги. І є ті люди, які готові і хочуть надати допомогу. Але їм просто потрібно сказати, де вони можуть бути корисні, де ми можемо взаємодіяти, як ми можемо підтримувати один одного. І я думаю, що ми будемо більш відкриті до цього. Ми будемо максимально проактивно взаємодіяти для того, щоб наші спільні результати були кращими. І друге, на що я би хотіла звернути увагу, це вдячність. Вдячність насамперед пані Камілі Вальтерсон за те, що організувала таку конференцію, за те, що зібрала таку кількість різних людей, які з кожного боку, з різних категорій, з різних критеріїв, з різних інституцій розкрили питання захисту українських дітей. Бо дуже важливо обмінюватися інформацією про наших дітей, щоб ми як держава розуміли, де вони, що з ними, як ми можемо їх підтримати і як ми можемо розраховувати на їх повернення назад. Дуже важливо, я впевнена, тим представникам, які є тут, розуміти, а що би ми хотіли якби підтримувати наших дітей, що для нас важливо в форматі підтримки наших дітей, що для нас принципово, щоб зберегти ідентичність наших дітей. І сьогодні ми теж мали можливість про це поговорити. Також дуже важливо побачити, як ми можемо спільно рухатися далі. І от, власне, ця підтримка дозволяє нам не опускати свої плечі, впевнено дивитися вперед, точно розуміти, що ми не самі, точно знати, що питання захисту прав дітей – це питання цілого Європейського Союзу, бо я себе тут відчуваю вже як частинка Європи. Дякую вам за це відчуття, дякую вам за цю можливість сьогодні бути тут. Дякую вам за можливість почути дуже багато корисних ідей і порад. І дякую вам за те, що впевнено простягаєте Україні руку допомоги стільки, скільки це буде потрібно. Дякую.
Dear Oksana, thank you so much for these words that went straight to my heart and to all of our hearts. I am so happy and grateful that we got to meet each other in New York in the beginning of February, which has, part of it, resulted in today's meeting. Thank you very much, and thank you for all those contributions that you've made today. And I want to thank the whole Ukrainian delegation. I am so full of admiration for your engagement, your insights, and your knowledge. Your strength that we must help you to carry on, to succeed in what you're doing. And I want to thank you for taking the time to share all of this with us today, and for your tireless work to ensure the rights of Ukrainian children. So dear colleagues, dear Minister, dearest children, distinguished guests, this presidency meeting on protecting children is now coming to an end. And I wish to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for having participating today. And I want to show you Maxine. This was a gift when we visited Kiev 6 weeks ago. The entire delegation, with the Minister, Vice Commissioner Suica and Eva Kopacz and the rest of the delegation, all of us received a doll. But this is not only a doll. This is a young boy who is one of the tens of thousands of Ukrainian children that have been kidnapped by the Russian Federation. And I carry Maxine with me. He's a reminder of what we need to do. And to you, children, you have played such an important role today. It has been an honor to have you here, listening to your views and your knowledge, and the questions you have asked. My heart is now full of your stories and the experiences you have shared with us today. Warmest thank you. As the Prime Minister stated earlier today, and many others of you in Daria a little while ago, you, the children and young people of Ukraine, you need to be involved in all matters that affect you. You must be at the heart of our reconstruction efforts. To our speakers and panelists, my deep admiration for your expertise and the passion you have shown for the matters discussed today. Before we conclude, I wish to say a few words to reflect on the discussions that have taken place here today. Even though it's been said, it's worth repeating. Children have paid and continue to pay an extremely high price for Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Girls and boys risk missing school, being separated from their families, being exposed to violence or trafficking for sexual purposes, or even being killed. Children already in vulnerable situations, such as those living in institutions, children with disabilities, physical as well as intellectual, are particularly at risk. Furthermore, since the beginning of Russia's full-scale attack, thousands of Ukrainian children have been forcibly transferred within Ukrainian areas under Russian control or deported to Russia. This is a clear violation of international law. And Maxine, he's just one of these children. The importance of protecting children from violence, of their rights in situations of war, cannot be overstated enough. All actors of EU, national, regional and local level, including policymakers, academia and civil society, have an important role to play. Every EU member state has ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and we must do everything possible to fulfill our obligations. It is crucial that children affected by Russia's war of aggression have access to various child protection services. That includes services such as mental health counseling and psychosocial support, targeted habilitation and rehabilitation services. It also includes prevention of sexual and gender-based violence, risk mitigation and response services, as well as other social care services. It is clear that the challenges children from Ukraine are facing should not be underestimated. Still, we can gain incredible strength from exchanging experiences and best practices, in learning from and being inspired by each other. I am grateful to all of you for participating and contributing to the discussions on this important topic. As I think is pretty obvious, the rights of the child is an issue particularly close to my heart. We must be sure to include children in matters that concern them. It is essential that we consult with and actively involve children and their representative organizations in order to gain knowledge on how to provide the best support and meet their particular needs. This is one of the key messages from today's meeting. We have to offer safe spaces and provide adapted support based on their needs, allowing children to express their views. Only then can we design effective measures to really support them. As has been demonstrated today, safeguarding the rights of the child is more urgent than ever. We are already collectively doing a lot, but more needs to be done. I am therefore ever so pleased to have witnessed today's signing of the Declaration on Protecting Children in Ukraine and in the European Union. Thank you. Today, we have also looked towards the future. Special focus was given to how to rebuild and strengthen long-term capacity to prevent and respond to child protection needs, risks, and violations, as well as the transition towards community and family-based living. We have taken stock of EU member states' experiences and expertise in strengthening child protection systems and improving access to inclusive key services to children. To our guests from Ukraine, today's discussion have also been about reforming and reconstructing Ukraine's child protection system. We will continue to stand with you through the war and its aftermath, and to help rebuild a stronger Ukraine, safe for children, safe for the next generation. And I thank you all for your vulnerable contributions. Now, I will turn to the child correspondents. Your interventions have also been of the utmost importance for our meeting today. So I wish you to join me here on stage, please. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. for taking the time and the effort to be here today and contributing to the meeting with the most important perspective of them all, the perspective of the children affected by Russia's war of aggression. As a token of my and our appreciation, a little small gift, something that we in Sweden call lördagsgodis, Saturday candy. Of course. We have a microphone. Is it me who doesn't see it? There it is.
I wanted
Yeah, it's on. It's on.
I wanted to say thank you for you all for such a big help you do for us, Ukrainian children, for Ukrainian people, for such a big deal you do for us, for everything that's happening here and all around the world, for everything you do. And thanks to you and because of you, I understand that I'm not alone, that I am supported not only in Sweden, but all over the world. Thank you. I just wanted to say that I'm very grateful for you all. It's an honor for me to be here and represent Ukraine. We are very grateful for your help, for everything you do for Ukraine and Ukrainian children. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
I also want to say to you a very big thank you for you all here, and you want to help Ukraine, and you talk something for we feeling here more better, and I'm really happy. Thank you very much.
I'm also very grateful for you for visiting in here. I'm really happy to stay here now, and thanks for your help. Thank you very much.
I want to say thank you very much because where I'm happy about what I hear, because when I see this from my friends, they say for me, no, you say not right, you're not good here. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for a good time and thank you for good dialogues.
Thank you who go here who help Ukraine, who help children from Ukraine. We really need help because it's not good for me because my father in war, my friend father in war, and really hard for me, for us. Thank you for help.
Thank you again. Your words. You want to say something? Of course you will. Yeah, it's on.
Дуже вам всім дякую. Дуже дякую за те, що ви тут всі зібралися, за те, що допомагаєте нам боротись за наші права та за нашу безпеку. Дякую.
Can somebody translate? Can you translate?
For them.
Yeah, for all of them. You had. It's only me who doesn't carry the microphone. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. I got it translated right now. Thank you. So here's a little thank you. I need to get more of it. Thank you. Here you are. You want that one? Thank you. And as you can see, it's the Ukrainian flag and also the Swedish colors, actually. So once again, a big hand for your children. You've done a tremendous work here today. Thank you. So. And before I thank the fantastic person who has guided us through the meeting today, I would like to say my warmest thanks to all of you that have made today's meeting possible. It would be almost impossible to mention you all by names, but I know, and I think you know, I know that you all know who you are, and that's really important. So give them all a big hand for doing this possible. And then, the fantastic person, which I am so very proud of, dear Elizabeth, please join me on stage. Oh, I want to thank you for guiding us through the day with your warm commitment, with your deep knowledge about what we have been discussing here today. It's so very obvious, and it's very, very wonderful to be led by a person like you. And I'm very happy, and I'm very proud that we have you as our ombudsman for children in Sweden. So I don't want only to thank you for today, but only for your tireless efforts to protect and ensure children's rights 24/7. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And it is a privilege to go to work in the morning and know that you're working for child rights. But it's been such a privilege. Thank you for asking me to lead these discussions. And thank you all. And I would say to all the panelists and speakers, thank you for being so patient. But I've been knocking in the glass. It's a very Swedish way to keep the hours. Thank you very much, and have safe travels back home.
I thank all of you, and I wish you a very safe trip back home. Thank you.
Tack.